Good evening. It's Friday, October 11th, 2024, around 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. You're watching Co-op for Two. My name is Jesse. Today we are playing through Time Stories Revolution Cavendish, the second box in the second wave of Time Stories games. We'll talk about this box in a minute, but let's do a little bit of bookkeeping first. Let me get into the habit of checking the chat right away so I don't make these mistakes where I'm talking for a half hour before I realize I'm not live. Looks like I'm live. Buddha Bell says I'm not on the map yet. Yeah, as Melissa says, just send me a message. Tell me where you are and I'll put you on the map as long as you're a regular viewer. So it feels like it's been weeks since we last got together, but actually it's just been a couple days. On Tuesday, we played through this game behind me, Murderous Muses, a strange, odd, hybrid, cold case Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective Directory game. Not bad, pretty good. I've gotten to the habit of writing little one-paragraph spoiler-free reviews on each of the videos. So if you ever are curious about a game in one of my playthroughs but don't want to watch it because you might want to play it yourself, you could just look for that first comment on the video where I give my initial thoughts. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the atmosphere. Wanted a little bit more, but not a bad first effort at this genre. We are continuing our playthrough here in October of spooky games, a little marathon during October we like to do. And as far as upcoming schedule, if this takes us one evening, now the last Time Stories we played took us two, but that's because we played with the experience box, which we're not going to play with now. And we were just learning the system. So I think there's a good chance we'll finish this in one evening. If so, we may meet again tomorrow on short notice to play something. This weekend on Sunday, we've got our Dear Holmes finale. Finale, second, third letter, I'm trying to remember. But we're wrapping up our case of Brush with Death. And again, I apologize for not being more definitive about this, but we may also play something that Sunday longer in the afternoon, maybe Curios Jasper Park, but something possibly. And the next week for sure, we'll be playing Blair Witch Season 2 from Hunt to Killer. That'll take us several days at least. We're starting that, I think, early, like on Tuesday night, to give us time to finish it before the weekend. Okay, what else should we talk about? I did want to thank viewer Mia, who sent me some cold case games from England, as well as some tea and snacks. Okay, let's talk about Time Stories Revolution Cavendish. So I didn't have a great time with Time Stories, the original Time Stories box, but recently we played through Time Stories Revolution, the Hadel Project, which was their reboot of Time Stories. And I really liked the Hadel Project. It wasn't perfect. I had my complaints, but I felt it streamlined the system in good ways, and it was very thematic. It really did feel like time travel. But that was their kickoff of their new Time Stories Revolution system. This is actually the third and most recent of that series. It's from 2023. There's rumblings on Board Game Geek, like, are they really committed to this series, or are they going to drop it? I don't know the answer to that, but it has been a while. The middle game in the series, which is Midsummer Something, is more of a fantasy theme. So because there's no real order to these, we've jumped over this, and we're going to play this one because it looks like a little haunted mansion here. Now, there is a weird thing with this box, Cavendish, which is that Space Cowboys created a prologue to this box called Damien, and they used that prologue for demos at conventions. Apparently, there are floating around some copies, some professionally printed copies of that Damien mini teaching prologue, but you can't buy it. And I understand it's definitely not needed to play this game. It was never intended that people buy it. So we're going to skip that. But perhaps if we really enjoy this, maybe we'll try to find the print and play version of Damien. Although because it's not like printing a story. It's all cards and stuff. So I don't think it will be that fun to play a print and play version of it. And especially if it's so short and not really meant to be a full game. So I'm comfortable not playing Damien. Okay, what else do we need to talk about Cavendish? Is there anything else? We're going to have to look through the rules again because it looks like they changed the rules for each box of Time Stories Revolution slightly. So we're going to have to go through that together, and I'm going to open it up and look at it. DJ Moneycut says, if we cared about getting a good score, the Halo project would have been frustrating because of how many times we had to reboot. But we don't really care so much about score. All right, let's take a look at Time Stories Cavendish 1958. NT, does anyone remember what NT is for? We were taught it on our last playthrough. NT was the neutral timeline. All right, we're going to go through the rule book together a little bit. But I did see from the rule book that it's almost all the same rules, just some slight changes. Here we have 2 punch boards and a little frame. You'll see how that gets used in a bit. And these tokens, I think maybe we're only meant to see the letters. And these don't seem to have secret stuff on the back. In Halo Project, they didn't want you to look at the front and back of the tokens because they had special stuff. Here it doesn't look like it. All right, let's go through this together. You're a temporal agent of time, an organization that serves humanity by regulating time travel. If you fail to preserve the continuity of the timeline, humanity could face extinction. Time sends its agents through time by using receptacles separated from their own physical bodies. The agents take over bodies, memories, and knowledge of individuals living in the time period they're sent to. This method reduces the risk of paradoxes and contamination while preserving the health of the agents. Recent events have shaken Time's operation, causing the organization to employ a new method of time travel. It uses 22nd century technology mixed with the strange esoteric techniques transmitted by the Scions. These are some alien extraterrestrials. An amazing substance called Azrak is injected into the agents. It greatly increases the connection between agents and their receptacles, which strengthens the receptacles and increases the amount of time agents can spend in them. However, time does not completely understand the properties of Azrak and cannot produce as much as they desire. Refer to the glossary if there's a term you don't know. Golden rules. You're all on the same team. Keep mission objectives in mind at all times. Time captain is always right. So if you didn't watch our previous playthrough, that's fine. These are completely independent. However, I suppose before we start, we should talk a little bit about this box here, Time Stories Revolution Experience. This was an optional add-on that's meant to be played with the boxes, and we used it to play our first box, Time Stories, the Halo Project. And we basically hated it. There's a whole big rigmarole at the beginning of each scenario, and then at the end where you're keeping track, it's supposed to be a little campaign legacy, which I love the idea of, but really just a lot of busy work, a lot of annoyance, more upkeep during play, just overall really annoying. So we're not playing it, but do we need to say goodbye to our creatures that we were role playing? Yeah, decided to pick these two people. We picked this guy, this alien tiny little frog lizard, and this woman who had some trauma in her past. And where all these things are possible to play with, but not really relevant. Maybe we'll keep them out just as player boards to put our stuff on. I'm not sure. I'll put these aside, but we are not going to play with this annoying experience box. But I'll keep these handy. All right, so what we're going to look for, it's unfortunate they're not highlighting rules that are truly different for this case. I don't think they are. But it does say, if you see this, it's specific, rules specific to that mission. All right, so just like before, we control receptacles, which are people that live in this timeline that we're traveling to. When you play solo, you have to control two people. They've got their skills, they've got their Azrak here, starting Azrak, and some backstory. And now we're going to follow the setup. Wait, do you see it stuttering, or is it just me? Am I stuttering on the front camera? No. All right, so I don't know why it's stuttering. Anyway, okay, setup. So we could take our story cards, which are the big cards. Set aside the flash card. That's the card on the top. And then we've got the mission return, mission order, and mission return. And they want us to put this on the table on the mission return side, which is what we use to keep track of our score. But it seems like we should read this first. Damien, an orphan teenager from the small American town of Dundalk, has been missing for several days. Mysterious mansion seems to be causing temporal disturbances in the area. Disruptions in the area. Primary mission, investigate the source of the temporal disruptions and put an end to it. Secondary mission, find Damien, discover what his role is in this event. Okay, so this goes on the table. 3 prologue cards, A, B, and C, go on the table. That's where we'll be visiting. Look how creepy that house looks. The art in the Hadel project was amazing. Different artist here, I believe, but again, they've clearly put some serious effort into the art. I mean, that looks properly creepy for our October spooky marathon. That is a creepy looking old rundown mansion. Okay. Each player chooses a receptacle. Okay. But with 1 or 2 players, you have to take Anton and Amy. So let's see. There's going to be 4 here for 4 possible players. Anton, Amy, Jennifer Hurley, and Doug Ivarg. Okay, so we're not allowed to take these 2. We have to take these 2. All right, so these go out of the game. The number of Azrak corresponding to the starting level indicated on the receptacle. All right, so we're going to play these 2, and we've got 4 and 7. So we'll get a total of 11. Well, I guess they get their own Azrak. A big difference, 4 versus 7. Okay, let's read the backstories here. Or, well, let's do the rules, then we'll read the backstories. I'll just put these aside for now. All right. And then unplayed receptacles are returned to the box. They're not used. That's fine. But then it says, place the Azrak of the unplayed receptacles in the center area. So I don't remember if it did this last time. I thought last time maybe it said this and I ignored it. But last time I took all the remaining Azrak and put it in the center. Now this says, makes more sense that we would take just the sum of the remaining Azrak, which is only 10. So actually, I don't know what you're supposed to do with this. They go back in the box. So this is our common Azrak pool. Unplayed receptacles go in the center, remaining goes in the box. Okay. The player controlling Anton takes the rest of the deck. Fine. All right. So we've got a little reminder of how to play, and then this is the deck we'll be drawing from. Okay. Trying to organize our play area a little bit better. So there's our center area with the vortex. I have a little container I can put this in. Okay, there's Anton. Those are the people we're not playing. There's Amy. All right, continuing with the rules. Are they kids? They sure are kids. Okay, receptacles picture steps. Okay, open the personal cards, which are these little cards. So in the previous game, they all had special items and they had a special backstory. I take it that it's a little different in this one. I'm sure there are people that can open these properly. Okay. Maybe I'll open this while we're at it. Everything just goes on the floor. Okay. Okay. So personal cards, flash card gets put aside. All right, and then it says each player takes the cards belonging to them. So Anton has his own set of cards. Okay. And Amy has her own set of cards with her picture. And the rest we don't use. We're there for characters we're not playing with. All right. Read your talisman card and place it in front of you. Okay, so they each have a talisman card. This is kind of like the backstory mission in the previous game. So let me, I'm not sure what these are. We've got a lightning bolt, and then we've got the interaction cards. Okay. So each character has their talisman and the lightning bolt. The lightning bolt card is their snap recall. I think that's if they get into an emergency and they need to be recalled. We read that. All right, but it wants us now to read the talisman card. And I'm going to put that off for a minute. Let's just forget it. Then we've got our interaction card. That's the deck. Then we've got the common cards. Okay. Set aside the flash card. Take the 6 destiny cards without reading them, shuffle them, and put them face down. Okay, so if you'll remember, the destiny cards are the modifiers. We have a -1, a -2, 2 zeros and 2 plus 2. So this is a different distribution than our previous game. And I take it actually that the game wanted those to be a surprise. So it's telling you it can go from -2 to +2, but you're not supposed to know what's in this deck. But I already did look at what's in this deck. That's okay. I don't think that's important. All right, leave space for the discard. The rest of this deck here are all item cards. Okay. Now, things are a little different here. We've got 2 punch boards. The first punch board, which is here, has this frame. Well, this frame has to go on the table somewhere where we can see it. I'll rearrange that in a bit, and then maybe need some space here. All right, remove the central part. Maybe we don't need my tea on the table. Okay. How about we put this frame over here? Can we see it if it's here? Yes. Okay, there's the frame. Make it easily accessible. This is the house plan on which the group will be moving around. So there's the house plan is going to be in here. This is totally new system, not found in the previous one. Then we've got damage tokens, which looks like they're these. So I'll just punch these out. And then we've got tokens for the characters. Put those over here for now. Are these the damage or are these the damage? Okay, let's just put these in a container. And then I gather we're only going to need the ones for ourselves. So there's Anton's and there's Amy's thing. I don't think we'll need these. I'll just put them nearby. Okay, punch out the damage tokens. Okay, so the damage are the black teardrops. The fear are these. Take the token corresponding to the receptacle, put it in front of them. You'll find out their purpose later. Punch board 2, this one just stays face down. We're not supposed to know what that's about. You can now begin the game. Okay, let's read about our 2 kiddos. Here's Anton Carnaby. He's got, what are these different skills? This one looks like fight. Strength, well, according to our thing here, we've got strength, confidence, and dexterity. Okay, strength of 1, confidence of 0, dexterity of 1. He doesn't have, his stats are not so good. Anton is the son of the mayor of Dundalk, a small town in Massachusetts. This good student spends his spare time reading comics, such as Professor Nocidus, whose new issue has just been released. Somewhat of a loner, Anton has nevertheless befriended a newcomer at school, Damien, before he suddenly disappeared. Anton and a few schoolmates took it upon themselves to find him. They followed his trail of clues to this mansion. Anton rushed inside. He had to enter at all costs. All right, there's Anton. And here he is. All right, let's read Anton's talisman card. He's got a talisman. It's a broken pocket watch. It stopped the moment you set foot on Cavendish property. Okay, no clue on how to use that. All right, now Amy, here's going to be our fighter. Look at that. She's got 2 strength, 2 confidence, and 2 dexterity. So she's better than Anton substantially in every way, except that she has less Azrak. Amy's a 13-year-old girl. When Anton, the son of the mayor of Dundalk, asked her to go with him in search of Damien, the new student who had suddenly disappeared, she seized the opportunity to skip school. Tracking down Damien has proven to be exhausting, but Amy is brave and stubborn and is used to scouting the town in search of her father, who's well known to the police. A small group of friends has come across a scary mansion where Damien seems to be held captive. This feels a little bit like Salem's Lot. Anna says the demo case is about looking for Damien. That makes sense. The demo leads you to up to this, find this mansion where you're looking for Damien. Now we found it. All right, let's look at her talisman. All is well. Stow up to 2 fear from 1 agent, including you, then remove this card. So this is something we're going to be able to use once per game, I think. So if we use this card, this has something we can do with it. We can put away 2 fear. Stow just means return to the box. Anton's keeping with Anton's theme, he's got a broken watch that doesn't do anything. Maybe it'll do something later. Okay. So those are our people with their starting Azrak. I will organize this all a little bit better. All right. And then this card we won't need. This card, moving them around. And there's their interactions. Fine. Okay, we're organized now. In fact, let me try to maximize space here. These don't really have much of an effect. This you need a little bit. Okay, and you don't need to see that. All right. And we read our mission, but to remind you, investigate the source of temporal disruptions and put an end to it in the mansion, and then find Damien, discover what his role is in this event. It's a little bit of a tell. It's sort of like, are we rescuing Damien? This is like, well, you know, if he's a victim, rescue him. If he's the culprit, then, you know, put a stake through him. Okay, so we just flip this over and keep this on the table somewhere where we keep track of things. Here's a little reminder of how game rounds work. The captain chooses a location, we go to it, we read the introduction, then we get each person draws a card, looks at it, we can talk about it, and then we do our actions, and then we leave. All right, we'll just put this nearby. Let me remind you that there are special rules for 2 or 3 players. Let's find them here. It does say set up for 1 or 2 players. Okay, there's our setup. Let's see if there are any, let's see if it tells us about the special rules. Should be able to just skim this. We're used to all this. This is all the same as normal. Choose a location, you go there. Just like we've played before. We'll go over this when we play it. Recon, which is the poorly named thing for a free exploration. Okay, then we've got our conflicts. We might have done this slightly wrong on our playthrough at one point, so we may want to remind ourselves. When you get these conflicts, you're sort of locked into them. Personal conflict, that person has to do it before they can do anything else. Group conflict, the group has to do it. But there are some subtleties here. If you're in a group, you can share, even though normally you can't. Okay, we've got our updates. Azrak, this is all the same as normal, all the same as normal. Remember, if one person wants to help another, they can't have a card in front of them. Then we draw the destiny. Here's how the conflicts work. During a group conflict, you can support each other even if you have cards in front of them. These are all normal Time Stories Revolution rules. Again, normal rules about when you run out of Azrak. We should check this again. It's not so bad if you run out and get kicked out. We'll do all these rules since they're the same as our previous game through. I'll just go over them when we get to them. But here's something new. Fear tokens. During your mission, your receptacle may face situations and threats likely to root the most cowardly of them to the spot. To symbolize these moments of fear endured by your receptacle, you may be instructed to take one or more fear tokens. Which are these? Take any such fear tokens from the supply, placing them on your receptacle. If the total number exceeds your confidence attribute, put the excess on the house plan at the location currently visited by the group. So here there are going to be locations in the house. If they go over confidence, and she has 2, but Anton has 0. So the moment he would get a fear, it instead goes to wherever we currently are. The number of fear tokens on a tile will be relevant later, so it's not even going to tell us how that affects anything. Location tiles. As you progress through the mansion, you'll discover new rooms and explore them as described on page 6. Each time you're asked to connect the tile, punch it out, reveal it, put it in the board to match the color of the 2 connection markers. Okay, so we've got colors around the board that are gonna, as they connect to each other, we'll match them by color. Okay, and now you can go to that location when it comes time to choose a location. Okay, so we can only choose locations that are on the table. We can swap items between locations. Okay, so here's a new rule here. Some cards have an or and and. You can choose one option at no cost. And then if you want to do the other one, you have to pay an Azrak for it. And it does say you can do one free, and then after that, choose if you want to do the other one. Okay, if all players are lost in the same location, then the mission ends. Remember, it's possible for one person to get kicked out of a location, the other person finishes it, and you're fine. But if both people get lost, you end the game. Solos just tells you to play with 2 players. And here are the special rules with 2 players. You have to play with Amy and Anton. You get 1 free explore action, which we've been using a cube to keep track of. We'll do that again. We get 2 free updates to the group. That just affects score, really. And then during a test, normally a supporting agent can only spend 1 Azrak to give a +1. But with a 2-player game, you can give up to 3. Okay. Now, and then glossary. So were we told about exploring locations? Yes, we were. But I think I skimmed over this saying it was the same, but it's not quite the same. Okay, the time captain chooses a location on the house plan. So when you choose a location, it has to be a location on the house plan, identified by its letter. You put an Azrak there, even if it has fear or other Azrak. Any revealed location may be chosen regardless of whether it is adjacent to the last visited location. Okay, so you can go not just to adjacent places, and this rule is different, even though it doesn't have an indicator saying it's different, but this rule is different. In the previous game, you just put an Azrak on it the first time you go there. Here, you place an Azrak every time you go there. Okay, and we're not told how fear on the tiles affect anything. Okay, I think we are ready to play. I think how we want to organize everything here. All right, let's check in with the chat. We'll see if we're ready to go here. Melissa says, I'm pretty sure Damien was the Antichrist, wasn't he, in the movie? Yeah. DJ Moneycut says, when a kid named Damien disappears into a haunted mansion, just let it go. He's gone. Yeah, I think I would tend to agree with you. This does seem appropriate for our October mission. Okay. Let's see. So far, we don't need this. Are we ready to play? Do you want to take an early break before we get started? Why don't we read the prologue before we make our first decision? Maybe we'll take a break so that people who think they want to buy this and play it by themselves can leave the stream early. A little reminder here that we purchase all the games we play on this channel ourselves. We don't have any relationship with any publisher, and thanks to the Patreon supporters of this channel who helped pay for this game, I think you can pick this up for about $25 now. It is the most recent box in this series and the most expensive now. $25 for the amount of time we got out of it is not bad. The other boxes you can get for quite a bit cheaper, actually. All right, let us read the prologue. Does the green screen work? It's Monday, December 1st, 1958, or Tuesday if it's past midnight. Impossible to verify because Anton's watch has stopped working. You've been in these receptacles for several hours now. Time Agency has sent you to Dundalk, Massachusetts, to investigate the disappearance of a 14-year-old boy named Damien Hammer. Unfortunately, this event seems to have caused severe temporal disruptions in this area. I still can't get over how creepy this mansion looks. Okay, so we've read the intro, and now we flip over. Oh, I guess this is we're just reading this. You've spent the day looking for Damien, visiting locations around town and interviewing the residents of Dundalk. Strange events have occurred, apparitions of monsters and hallucinations. Damien left many clues for Anton, and this trail led you to the gate of an ancient mansion, well away from the city. Anton slipped between the gate bars and rushed into the property. The group followed him. As you walk through the garden, stepping over brambles and branches, you hear the sounds of a struggle coming from inside the building. The mission begins. Anton is the first-time captain. He places one Azrak on the blue circle on the house plan, takes the story deck, opens the garden location, and reads card A aloud after stowing these 3 prologue cards. Okay, so Anton is the time captain. He's taking one of his Azrak. He's putting it on the blue circle on the house plan, which is going to be here. takes the story deck, opens the garden location. The garden location has B, C, D, and E. Okay, we can all see that. Any more steps to do? Reads card A aloud after stowing these 3 prologue cards. Okay, stowing them just means putting them out of the game. Okay, so there's our mansion. We've got a little bit of outside area to look at, including what looks like a ghost here. And he creaked through the gate. And we're just at the front garden entrance. Okay. Now we read the introduction to this. Each agent secretly reads their snap recall card. The time captain then resumes reading card A. Okay, so we're supposed to learn about our snap recall. Let's see what Anton's is. Acticophobia, fear of failure. Anton is convinced that no one takes an interest in him. If he disappeared, who would care? Certainly not his parents. But since this event occurred, things have changed. He has friends. Alas, it only increases his fear of failing in all his endeavors. Whenever you fail a test, take 2 fear. Okay, so this is not his... now I remember what Snap Recall was. Snap Recall was the little memory that you have from your receptacles memories. So we've just realized, oh boy, Anton, who we're occupying, has a fear of failure. All right, so whenever he would fail a test, he takes 2 fear, which he can't have because his confidence is 0. So they go right on our location. All right, normally you would keep that secret, but we're just going to put it face up since we're playing this solo. Okay, let's look at how Amy's snap recall is. She has taphophobia, fear of being buried alive. It is irrational, but as soon as Amy passes by a cemetery, a hole, a pit, or sees a shovel, she panics and becomes unpleasant, trying to conceal her fear. Whenever you see the gravestone symbol, take 2 fear. Okay? So remember that when it comes time to choosing a card for her to visit, like maybe don't choose a card that could be a pit or a hole or a cemetery. All right, and now we resume here. You're standing in a garden under a dark and gloomy sky. You hear voices and rather strange moans nearby. Okay, so you remember how the rules work. We first get to do a recon, which is free. Each of our players takes 1 card of their choice in front of them. That doesn't count as an explore action. And we're walking in. This is where the front entrance is to the garden. We haven't yet pulled out any tiles. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a break here, a little early, but that'll give you time. If you think this is a game that you might be interested in playing yourself, then you probably want to leave now and not watch this video, since most of the fun of these games is in discovering it for the first time. If you do decide to stick around, I'd love to have you join me. YouTube says 17 concurrent viewers, 7 likes. It does look creepy. I'm a little scared. I'm a little concerned about Anton being the hero of this and being so susceptible to fear. But we'll see how it goes. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. We're in the garden. We should remember that Amy is afraid of being buried alive. She doesn't like looking at holes or graves or anything. So maybe keep her away from this side of the garden. Maybe focus here, but maybe we don't want to go into the main door right up front. Looks like, I think we were told we're sneaking in the back there. So I'd be inclined to have Amy start on this side and let Anton, I mean, Anton's a liability no matter how you look at it. But it makes sense that we would want to look around a little bit before we go in, but I feel like we shouldn't even go here ever. This looks like asking for trouble. We're hearing some scary moans. Do we need to go here, really? But we have enough to freely explore all fours, so I guess we are going to. All right, so I'm going to have Amy go to that place. And let's have Anton go over here. So this is the recon step. That's completely free. And I guess this happens essentially simultaneously. So let's look at what Amy sees first. Behind the half-open gate, you can see the tombstones of an old cemetery. Really? All right, but uh if you want to grab the veil, hang on the gate, take item 28. Now look, it tells us we see the cemetery and I see a gravestone here, but is that this rule? It says whenever you see the blank symbol, so actually this is different, right? This isn't officially the cemetery. Jonathan says the B side looks like it leads to the graveyard from our overhead map. Well, now you tell me, Jonathan. All right, but it didn't trigger yet. We haven't gone in there. DJ Moneycut says, I don't think we should go to every location for this mission. But I mean, for the fun of it, I like going to every location. So, all right, so if you want to grab the veil on the gate, take item 28. I mean, how can I not grab that veil? But we don't have to do that yet. But I just don't see how that's not going to happen. All right, now let me see what Anton sees. You take the driveway and walk along the right side of the mansion. In the middle of the building, you can see a basement window. You take a look. A motionless figure is prostrate on the ground in the center of a dark basement. The bars covering the window block you from entering this way, so you keep heading north. You soon arrive in front of a pontoon bridge that spans a pond. In the distance, a large greenhouse casts a faint glow. Location K on the house plan and artwork page 13 of the rules. So I assume that means we take out location K. I mean, is it not going to be more explicit about it? As you progress, you will discover each time you are asked to connect the tile, carefully punch out the corresponding tile. Well, it hasn't told us to connect the tile, but maybe it just wants us to go to page 13 of the rules to look at it. Well, here's page 13, so it's just telling us about the pontoon bridge. and the greenhouse, which is pretty spooky, no doubt about it. But I guess we're not being told to bring it out yet. Oh, I see now. I see now. Sorry. K is not a tile. K is here. So that's what we're seeing. So he went around the house and he sees the greenhouse over here, but he can't do anything about it. All right. So I'm going to have him put this back. There's no point. If you were playing with multiple players, you'd have to convey this information without reading it aloud, but we can share it since we're playing solo. What is he looking in there? He sees he's looking inside. He can't get in because the window's barred and someone's lying on the ground. I can't quite see anyone lying on the ground here. Not sure I understand what we're looking at there. Candles. I see a stairway, some candles. I don't know what this thing is, though. All right. I'm putting this back. Now, before Amy puts hers back, I don't see how we're not grabbing this veil. Jonathan says it looked like someone praying at an altar. That's a little scary. That's not what he said, though. All right. I mean, I'm not going to grab this. I got to grab it. So I'm going to take item 28. She's going to take item 28. I mean, we're playing this for the adventure, so let's see what she's got here. This bridal veil was hanging on the cemetery gate. A feminine voice resonates within you when you touch it. Yes, I do. You can address me as Camellia Cavendish from now on. Oh, we've met the ghost of Camellia Cavendish. And what's this? Pentagram. What's that doing there? We don't know. But now Amy owns that, whether she wants to or not. All right, and then she can put this back. Location B. So I'm not sure we paid attention to this. So this cemetery is location B here. All right, now we're putting it back. Now they're putting it back so that they can be free. Remember, when they don't have a card in front of them, they can help the other people. So who's going to go next? We've explored these two locations, and they each get a free explore. Remember, that's the 2-player specific rule. 1 explore action at no cost. So I think we might as well explore these. I'd rather have Amy go here and Anton go here in case there's a graveyard or a pit. So let's have Anton start by going here. Amy's going to keep her hands free in case Anton needs help. This feels like a terrible place to go, but we're committed to exploring. Oh, dear God. If you wish to approach the shape, read your interaction card 1. That's a scary looking creature. Okay, so remember how interaction cards, this is the fun part about it. Each of them have a stack of cards. It looks like 15? What's happening here? 13, 14, 15, and XX. Okay, 15 and XX. So whoever you send here would have a different interaction with this creature. Now, Anton has no confidence. The moment you interact with something, he's going to get scared. So I'm kind of inclined. I know I was saying we should explore everything, but I do not see why we should be trying to talk to this thing. Does not feel like it's going to go well for us. What do you guys think? Do you want us to make Anton have a talk with this guy? On the other hand, there's no place for the fear to go. I mean, I guess it would go here in the garden if he got scared. But should we interact with this just to get a feel for how scary this game's going to be? The problem is the last time we played Time Stories, we were like, oh, let's go talk to this, let's go interact with this creature. And we had to get involved in a 30-minute battle for our lives that had no purpose. The game was like, you should have avoided this creature. So I feel like when you're staring at something that's clearly dangerous, maybe then you don't do it. Looks like the channel's a little bit split. Why do I look so fat sitting here? I thought I've adjusted everything to reduce the appearance of looking fat. Height of the table, height of the chair. Okay. All right, what's it going to be? Avoid him, says Marco. Do it, then take it back if it's a minigame. No, we're not. We can't take things back, says Alex. Although I mean, it would be nice if we could. I mean, that seems like a terrible idea. That thing looks so mean. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm not gonna go. When in doubt, I'm gonna visit it. But I just have no doubt. We're just gonna leave him right there. There's no reason to talk to someone who looks so scary and mean. All right, let's have Amy go here. In general, we're going to explore things, but if it's so clearly a bad idea, that, I mean, if it looks so scary, Anton doesn't want anything to do with it. All right, let's have Amy go in the front door. The door is locked and seems impossible to open. Immediately take item 8. Okay, this is Amy again. We have to assume this is going to bring out a new location, because otherwise we have got nowhere to go. Let's see what item 8 is. You'll hear a muffled voice. Anton, is that you? Can you hear me? It's Damien. Come quickly. Open the door. Find the objects linked to the mansion. Start with the cemetery. I've left a gift for you there. Keep this card within sight, face up. When the group has 2 pentagram symbols, take item 9. Okay, so I guess we're going to have to deal with that creature, because we've already got 1 pentagram symbol. That was the veil, which we found. But the only place now we haven't gone to, sorry, this was Amy, was exploring this door. The only place that we haven't gone to is here. So maybe this is where we have to go to get another pentagram, right? Because we've been to these locations. This was the weird one, but yeah. Okay, so we're going to have to go back now to this guy. But as a reminder, let me remind you of the rules. They both did their free explore and their free recon. And then we had Anton put back this card. Why? Because he could have kept it in front of him, but we wanted him to be free to help out Amy if she ran into trouble. So unfortunately now he's going to have to spend another Azrak to re-grab this. Although we could have Amy grab it because she's less susceptible to fear, but he has more Azrak, so I'm going to let him grab it. All right, so we should have talked to this guy right from the start. Interaction card. Although, well, this is interesting. Now let me think about this for a second. Because we're using interaction cards, so actually Amy is a little more confident, more dexterity. So maybe we should have her do it. John says, Jesse, are we sure we can't go to location B and K from out here? Huh. That's an interesting idea. Maybe we can. There are cards for B and K. Okay, I think you might be right, but I'd love to find it in the rule somewhere. Let's find the rule about going to locations. I think you're probably right. We've discovered B and K, so we should be able to go to those places. Let's just look at these rules. Choose a location on the house plan that can be identified by its letter surrounded by a colored halo. You're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. So the new tiles will have letters with halos, but we've already got B and K. I guess we could have gone to them even without seeing these. Okay, so I'm going to take his token back. We're not going to go talk to this creature. Instead, we're going to leave here. And we're going to go to one of these other locations. So we're done with the outside. We'll have to come back, I guess. All right, let's leave here. We've done it. It's cost us nothing. Let's put this away. We're leaving this location of the garden. Now we have to decide where to go. We said this was the cemetery, and this was the greenhouse over the pontoon. K was the greenhouse over the pontoon bridge, which we had a picture of here. I mean, that doesn't really look safe. Thank you, Jonathan, for saving us. And B is the cemetery where Amy's going to get scared if we send her. But they all go as a group, so we don't really have a choice here. They get their things back. All right, where should we go? Cemetery or pontoon? This thing seems to suggest we start at the cemetery to get our pentagram. Here, let's read what this said again. Start with the cemetery. I have left you a gift there. Alex says go to the cemetery. All right, we should go to the cemetery. No, the creature we saw was off to the side. The cemetery was through the gates. Okay, we're going to go to the cemetery. Unfortunately, Amy's probably going to get scared, but that's how it goes. Okay, cemetery. Look at how great the art is. This is some very creepy, scary art. All right. Now, there's a dog there. There's a cute little puppy there. That does not seem a proper place for a puppy. So I see a puppy there. I see a present here. This woman said she left a present. Who said they left a present for us? Damien, who's inside. I've left you a gift there. All right. So I think we should check, see if we can rescue the dog, and I guess get the present. I mean, we may be being tricked, but Damien says he left us a present. Oh, but look at that. There's the hole. Do not send Amy here. Do not send Amy here. All right, we're going to send Amy for the dog, and we're going to send Damien for the present. So Anton is going for the present. And Amy... Oh, we're supposed to read this first. Sorry. As you push open the cemetery gate, a woman's voice resonates. Come, children, you remind me of Charles and Suzanne. Don't be afraid, I'm Camellia Cavendish. We will soon meet. I know you aren't regular children. Please put an end to the madness that reigns in this place. Okay, so this person, this ghost of Camellia Cavendish, can sense that we're not regular children, that we're time travelers. She seems like she's on our side. All right. Now, Damien could be the evil person, though, so opening his present could be trouble, but I don't see how we don't open it. All right, let's send Anton over to the present, and we're going to send Amy to try to rescue this dog, who could be a monster for all we know. All right, let's check out the dog first. If you want to approach the dog, read your interaction card 2, or II. Jennifer Evarg, 1943 to 1972. I see an issue right away. Do you remember who Jennifer Evarg is? That's one of the characters we could have been playing with. So I have a feeling that Jennifer would be the right person to interact with this, but Jonathan has a more interesting point. Jonathan says, hey, we're in 1958, and here we are discovering a tombstone that says 1972. We're in some weird place. I think the Evarg was a boy. Doug Evarg and Jennifer Hurley. Oh, you're right. There was a Doug Evarg and a Jennifer Hurley, but maybe they got married. Either way, this could be Jennifer's dog or Doug's dog. All right, but we're going to interact with it anyway. If you want to approach the dog. All right, here we go. We're going to try to approach this dog. The dog greets you warmly. Take item 33. I feel like this game has got me very off balance. Like, I don't trust anything. It's like, is this dog going to come back and hurt us? I can't tell. He sure looks friendly. So it's a pet symbol, a dog. The dog makes you feel good. When you take one or more fear, you can place as many of them as you want on this card. If this card ever has 2 or more fear, the dog leaves. Remove this item and stow all fear on it. Okay. So this looks like a mechanic. He's just going to go away at some point if he has too much fear on him, but he can absorb fear. This sounds like a good card to give to Anton because he's bad at taking fear. All right. And then this goes away. This can get put back. All right. Let us see what Anton makes of his gift. Damien, subject 13. RIP. Wow, subject 13. We're really getting the time travel stuff here. This is pretty cool. It's like half supernatural creepy and half science fiction time travel. All right, if you want to open the gift, take item 21, or if you want to go into the pit, take a fear and read interaction card 8. Or we could do both. For all we know, this is a way to get into the building, for all we know. Is this recon or exploration? This is recon, but the rules are very confusing. We've written about this. Essentially, the post on Board Game Geek says recon is just like an exploration. The gift is about to fall into the pit. I mean, I think we want this gift. Remember, we can do both of these. We can do one and then find out. But he's bad at taking fear. So I'm inclined to not want to go in. I'm curious, though. Let's have him take the gift. That's what we're here for. Let's just take this item 21 and then we'll decide. Because there's no way I'm leaving without this gift. So this is the one I'm doing for sure. All right, he's going to grab that gift. Let's see what happens. A pocket watch. +1 fear. This bonus is usable by Anton only. Oh, it's not +1 fear. It's +1 strength. The package held a pocket watch and a note for Anton in anticipation of a long-lasting friendship. And that's what this note says. Anton in anticipation. And look, it's our second pentagram. So only Anton can have this wonderful present, which I really appreciate from Damien. Okay. +1. It's +1 confidence. You're absolutely right. Not +1 strength. +1. +1 of the fist. I really wish they had used a different icon. For strength and confidence are both fists in different ways. But okay, yellow is confidence. That means he can now take a fear. All right. So now we're in this situation, though. We could take that fear, pay an Azrak, and jump into the pit. Or we could move along. Any thoughts? So if we had sent Amy here, sure, things still wouldn't trigger because there's no symbol. Why in the world would we jump on an open grave? But Dispamonite says, let's do it. Alex says, I don't see why one would go in. I mean, this could be I think there could be a clue in here. I think we should do it. All right, so we're going to go into the pit. We're going to look to see, did he come out of here, I wonder? We still need to find a supernatural item to get into the mansion. No, we don't. We have 2 pentagrams. It says, when you have 2 pentagrams, take item 9. So actually, we should do this now. We have 2 pentagrams right here. Here are our 2 pentagrams. So actually, we should do this first. 2 pentagrams take item 9. Okay, so we're going to take item 9. Let's see what this is. Presumably, this is going to be maybe a way into the mansion. Let's see. The objects radiate a glowing blue aura, streaking toward the mansion's entrance. The shutters and doors of the building slam violently, and Damien's voice echoes in the night. The door is open, Anton. Come and join me. The objects seem endowed with mystical energy unique to the mansion. You would be well advised to collect some more. They could come in handy. Connect tile A. Okay, so we want to collect more of these pentagrams. And we don't really need to keep this, but we did get connect tile A. So here's our first tile. Seems like something is, there we go. Okay, so tile A. Hard to see what that is, but it looks like we're walking through the front door and there's a carpet on the floor. So there's our first location. So now we can also go into the main entryway. We've now, the door opened for us because of our 2 pentagrams. And we don't have to throw away our 2 pentagrams. It just said, keep your eye open for more. Okay. I'm going to put these cards off to the side. All right, back to we're still at this location. That just opened the front door. All right, so I've decided we're going to go in here. It has to be Anton. He's going to... Should we have an Azrak on site B? Yes, we should. Okay, maybe I didn't put one on there. Okay, thank you. All right, now Anton is going to go here. It says it's not a free explore, so we have to spend this for it, which is going to get spent there. And then he's going to take a fear, which normally he couldn't take because he's at 0, but now because of this card, he's a +1. I know what it is. It's that. Is it that green that's doing it? Something is making it think it's zoomed in here. Okay, so I've paid the Azrak. I've taken the fear. I'm putting it on this card. So he can absorb that. And then we're going to read interaction card 8. I'm a little nervous, more than a little nervous about this. But I feel like if we're trying to learn about Damien, this is an opportunity to do so. You go down into the pit and don't notice anything in particular. Then suddenly you hear a muffled yet familiar voice. It's me, Damien. I need you. Come quickly to the mansion. That doesn't seem worth it. Well, I'm going to put this back now. That was a waste. Where was that? Kind of hard to see these letters here. These are now double letters. B, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, fine. All right, so what have we explored? We did the puppy and we did the present. We haven't explored the rest of these. And we get to free explores. But the kid is calling us back to the mansion. But I do think we should do our free explores before we move on. I'm curious what's in this crypt here. If we have brother and sister, this could be the matching one, yes. Let's have Amy go here. And let's have Anton go here as their free actions. We'll do one at a time. We'll do Amy. She's going to do her free explore to go into here. Let's see what we got. If you want to go into the vault, take one fear and item 2. Well, I don't really want to go in there, to be honest. All of these places look scary. But she can handle it. But is the vault going to be... No, the vault is not a grave. All right, let's go in. I mean, we got to explore. What are we? We can't walk around scared of everything, can we? All right, she's taking a fear. I'm going to give it to her card here. She can hold 2 of them before they start to pile up. So now we're going to take item 2. Anytime we can take an item. What's this? You go down into the vault where 3 sarcophagi are stored. A small key placed on the one in the center shines in the semi-darkness. Ugh, she just saw a coffin. All right, whenever she sees a coffin, this is terrible. Why did we send her down here? Take 2 fear. Okay, so she takes 2 fear. However, she can't, that puts her over. So she's 1 over. This has to go in the location. For what reason, we don't know. How is it going to affect us? We don't know. Maybe it means we should get out of here. All right, we should have known not to send her down there. And we take item 16. So what do these sarcophagi say? We've got Camilla. That's where the key is. And then we have Suzanne and Charles. I guess were her kids. The doggy could take the fear. Yes, the doggy could take the fear. I don't want the dog to take the fear, though. I'm going to hold on to that for later. I feel like putting a little fear on some of these locations is not the worst thing. I don't think we're going to come back here. Hopefully we won't need it. And how does all is well work? Thank you for reminding me. Still up to 2 fear from 1 agent, including you, then remove this card. Okay, so we could do this whenever we need to. She's got 2 fear on her now. So if in an emergency, we could use this. But it's only a one-time use. Okay, so Camilla, and we have the date of her death. Do we need to write this down? Like, is this a clue? We need to... Feels like we should just take a screenshot of it. Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll allow ourselves to take screenshots. All right, so if we need to refer to these dates, we've taken a screenshot. And we already went down. Okay, let's see what item 16 is. A small copper key found in the cemetery's vault with a pentagram symbol. That seems like the pentagram symbols are useful, is what the game told us. All right, I'll just stack this up here. That was her free exploration. Unfortunately, we made a mistake by sending her. And that's it for this. We can put this back. Anton's still got a free exploration. I feel like it's always useful to spend the free exploration. So where do we want to send him? We could send him here, or we could send him here. I feel like this is more interesting. This is probably just going to be the other gravestone. Let's go here. F. Mayox. Immediately read your interaction card 4. What does that say on that F. Mayox? So we beat on Boats against the current, borne back ceaselessly into the past. So we beat on. That's a weird phrase. Into the past. Yeah, that's interesting. We got some real time travel stuff going on in this house. Okay, immediately read your interaction card, IV. Anton is having lots of interactions. Well, that's interesting. Why can you not see that? The letters and numbers on the tomb start shuffling. F. Mayock, 1794-1924. A. Emma Fox. Amy Fox. Gulp. Oddly enough, you can't help but smile. The urge to enter the mansion is irrepressible. So the letters started unscrambling themselves, and there's our girl. There's Amy. There's her name, Amy Fox, 1944 to 1968. Alex says the phrase about beating on is from The Great Gatsby. So she died before she was born. Why do you say she died before she was born? She lived until 68. She was born in 44. That's consistent with her age now. She's a 13-year-old girl now. So 1958, she's 13 years old. So this was when she was born for real. We know she's going to die in 1968. These other names are different people. But here's our Amy. She was born in 1944, 13 years old in 1958, and she's going to live to 1968. If that's of any relevance. Just going to write it down in case we are asked to identify when she dies. But yeah, this is creepy. Okay. That was Anton's interaction. I wonder what Amy would have seen if she looked at it. Maybe the same thing. All right, but otherwise, that's useless to us. All right, so we could look at this one last thing so that we don't have to come back here. I think that might be smart. I think maybe coming back here is more expensive. There's nothing else for us to do here. So let's let Anton spend a token to explore here. And then we don't have to come back, especially with this fear here that I don't know what it does. I'd rather not have to come back here. So Anton's going to explore this location. Well, Doug Ivarg, this was the hypothesis of the channel that the brother and sister here, although I think it's not brother and sister, it's husband and wife. I think Doug and Jennifer got married. Jennifer married Doug. Her gravestone is next to it. Behind the tombstone, hidden among the tree's roots, you discover a trap door opening onto a flight of steps that sinks underground. Do you want to go down the stairs? Gulp. Take a fear. So if we do this, we'd leave a fear on this location because Anton can't hold any more fear. Ugh. This is all terrifying. Look how there's like a little hourglass symbol up here. All right, well, we got to do it. We're not coming back here if we can help it. So he's going to take a fear. He can't hold it on his card. So he's going to put it on the location and go down the stairs, item 7. Let's see what he's discovered down there. You rush into the narrow passage and follow it for 10 yards or so before arriving at a ladder leading upward. Climbing the ladder, you find a trap door which you crack open and see the mansion's kitchen. Place tile P inside the house plan in the upper left corner. And it's a gravestone, but it's Anton's, so that doesn't trigger his fear. That's good. All right. Never send Amy down underground. All right, but a new location has come out. We've climbed up into the kitchen. Upper left corner. Okay. So now we could go through the front door or jump right to the kitchen. All right, this location is done. We're done with this. So we've closed out this location. So we're going to leave the cemetery. That got spent. 4 and 4, still not time for an update. Now we're going to pick a new location. We can either go in the front door, which opened when we got our pentagrams. We can go directly in the kitchen by tunneling through the cemetery. Or we can go over the pontoon bridge to the greenhouse. Marco says, maybe not relevant, but the dog's surname is an anagram of grave. The dog has a surname? The dog has a surname? Oh, Doug's surname. Doug's surname, anagram of Dave. Okay, that is, that's, everything here is creepy. Everything here is very creepy. All right, well, Damien was calling out from us to help him. So I'd be inclined to get into that mansion right away rather than messing around with the greenhouse. But you could convince me that we should go to the greenhouse. Let's take these back. Any thoughts from the channel where you want to go? Should we rush into the house like Damien was asking us, or should we circle around and go to the greenhouse first? The pontoon bridge did not look safe, but the mansion doesn't look safe either. I mean, I wonder if we shouldn't just take care of the outside before we go in. Jonathan says, I lean towards the greenhouse. All right, let's go to the greenhouse. So we're going to go to K. So I'll let Amy lead the way this time. So she's going to be our time captain. She puts an Azrak on K, and we get location K, the greenhouse. I guess we made it over the bridge. I still can't get over how good the art is on both of these Time Stories Revolution boxes we've played. They've clearly taken it very seriously. What is this, like a miniature? Is it a cabinet? Yeah, I guess it's a cabinet. I thought it was like a miniature dollhouse of the mansion. There are some very scary looking plants here. This is all so creepy. All right, let's read. You walk along the mansion wall and arrive in front of a pontoon bridge leading into a greenhouse. When you enter, you hear a woman's voice. Don't be afraid. I am Camilla Cavendish. My husband used to spend hours here, growing flowers from all over the world. His madness caused our downfall. Be on your guard. Evil spreads through every branch and every leaf of this place. Oh boy, be on our guard. I don't like the sound of that. I'm ready to turn right around. Okay, this is not for us. All right, but obviously these two seem very tempting. And this looks like you could go out the back door. This looks like deadly. But maybe we could get some plant poison to use on someone. I'm most interested in this. At least there are no graves. It's too late. People are now saying we should have gone to the mansion. You're too slow. We're already here. Okay. So Anton is afraid of tests, so I don't want to do anything that would test him. All right, let's have Amy go to the cabinet, and Anton is going to go to the workspace. And we'll start with Amy and the cabinet. The cabinet holds bottles and jars with illegible labels. They contain the sediments of indefinable substances. If you want to inspect the cabinet, take item 27. I love how it's giving us choices for all this stuff. Like, do you really want to look in there? I mean, yes, but when you put it that way, I don't really want to. All right, we're going to look in at item 27. I just don't see any way around it. I just don't like that it's giving us these choices. It's making me second guess everything. It's a pentagram vial. The vapor coming from this vial smells like ammonia, which, strangely enough, calms your nerves. At any time, you can remove this item to stow all the fear you have. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, so that's Amy's. So if we wanted to right now, we could throw this card away to get rid of Amy's 2 fear. I'm going to use this double fear token. It's too easy to make a mistake. 2 singles on there. Okay. And there's some green on the table that is really confusing it. Is it that? Is it that? Is it this? Yes. Okay. I just got to be careful where I put my cubes. All right. We're done with this card. That was not so bad. That was nice. We just found an item. Okay, let's see if Anton has similar luck. Why didn't we flip this? Okay. All right, here's Anton looking at the workspace. You make your way through branches and roots. No, I don't want to do that. If no agent is currently exploring card C, which is true, an enormous creeper wraps around you. Show this card and immediately explore card C at no cost. What? I don't like that. Stow this card? We're not allowed to do it? We lose this card forever? No, we just put it back. Stow this card. So this card goes back, and we're forced to do this card with Anton. A swarm of mosquitoes attacks you while roots wrap around your ankles. You must try to flee. All right, so it's a lock. He must do this. We only have to get one. If we get higher than a 1, then this card is done. If we get exactly a 1, then this card is done, and we can get rid of a fear we have acquired. But if we fail it, we're going to take another fear and have to continue. Now, the only thing I need to remember here is when it's a lock, if no one can help us. Personal conflicts. Same way as regular tests, with one except the player reads the card, must keep it in front of them, must resolve it immediately before doing anything else. But you can still get help. Doesn't say you can't get help. So since Amy is not doing anything, doesn't have a card in front of her, she can help. All right, so he must do this test. Let me also point out, Anton has a fear of failure. So if he were to fail this test, he would take 2 additional fears. So we really can't afford to have him fail this. And in here, there is 1 -2. Was it just 1 -2? So if we wanted to guarantee success, we'd have to get 3. Okay, what is it a test of? Dexterity. All right, he's got 1 dexterity on his own. Whoops. He's got 1 dexterity on his own. So that could bump it to 2. And we could have Amy bump it to 3 and guarantee a success here, just because it's so deadly if we fail this. I think we should. Although I don't know. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Was there only 1 -2? Do you remember? Was there only 1 -2? If there's only 1 -2, then I don't think it's worth it to avoid a 1 out of 6 chance. Was there more than 1 -2? Someone remind me, was there more than 1 -2? Because you can't go crazy with worst case scenario. All right. There were 2 -2s? All right, never mind then. Then we got it. Then there's 1/3 chance we're not going to risk it. Okay. If there's 2 -2s, that's too high a chance. All right, here we go. We're going to draw the test. 2 -2s, 2 zeros, 2 positives. Okay, thank you. Then in that case, we're now 3 versus 1. Okay, here we go. All right, it's a 0. So remember the way this works is this stays as a discard. So we now know there's 1 less 0 in the deck. We passed the test, but we didn't get equal to it. So it just unlocks. These get spent. This gets finished. We did flee. And now, I guess the idea now is that this is in front of him, exploring it. He's unlocked it. He's no longer being locked into this. But now we know that Amy, that was his cube there. Okay, Amy should use her free action to come. No, Amy used her free action over here. So now this got put back. Anton went over here. So now Amy can go over here, which is a little scary. But it depended on someone exploring here. I don't want to waste that. So I am going to have her go here. Okay. If no agent is currently exploring... Oh, Amy did that as her reconnaissance. Yes, thank you. Those were the reconnaissances. So they both have their free explore. So she gets this back, and she can spend her free explore to go here. Okay, thank you. I think that's right. Okay, if an agent is exploring, card C, which Anton is, you arrive in front of the workbench. So if you want to take a look at the documents, take item 1. If you want to inspect the drawers, we could pay for it to take item 3. All right, well, we're going to want to do both, I think. But documents is the one for sure, because the drawers could contain creatures in them. So let's take a look at the documents on the table here. Item 1. All right, let's see what Amy's got. New arrival of exotic plants from Louisiana, May 16th, 1795. Must I combine these with Mama Walton's something mixture? To Jared, you will have to move the bag of copper powder into the greenhouse. And then there's a bottom of a note here that says, I faced something. Let me zoom in on this. New arrival of exotic plants from Louisiana on May 16, 1795. Must I combine these with Mama Watex's mixture? To Jared, you will have to move the bag of copper powder into the greenhouse. All right, I have no idea why that's important, but Amy picked that up. And now Amy has to decide whether she wants to inspect the drawers. I think while we're here, we should. So she's going to pay an Azrak and take item 3, which I'm scared is going to be some monster that bites her. Gardening scissors, +1 strength and a pentagram. Rusty scissors found in the greenhouse. Is that rust or is that blood? All right. Well, that's good. She's got another item and she's improved her strength. I like this. We are getting well equipped to go into the mansion. This is good. This is good. All right. So then she can put this back. So should we go to this location just based on the same idea from before that we might as well finish this off before we leave? But he's got a free explore. That was his recon. He did a recon, she did a recon, then she did explore. Okay, so he's going to put this... I'm afraid to put this back and have him explore, because what if it says someone must be in C again? What do you think the odds are that if we go here, it's going to say, hey, if someone is in C, it blocks you? I don't think so, because this one was attached, right? Like this one, these two were linked because they were attached. All right, so Anton's going to put this back, and then he's going to go over here. Just because he's got the free explore. If this says to check if someone's in C, I'm going to be upset. Oh, it's a shovel. Thank God we had Anton do it. Should we have seen that there was a shovel here? Look closely. There's the shovel right there. So remember, she doesn't like shovels. So we lucked out because we didn't spot it. But we got to keep our eye open for shovels and stuff. Because if we had sent her, that would have really hurt us. All right, what have we got here? If you want to pick roses, take item C. If you want to take the shovel, take item 14. I mean, I'm inclined to want to take both, but certainly Amy's not taking that shovel. How is Amy going to feel if Anton's walking around with a shovel? Cavendish said the plants are evil. Yes, Cavendish did say the plants are evil. Well, let's take the shovel, item 14. That could come in handy. And then let's talk about whether you want to take these roses. But let's take the shovel, even though Amy doesn't like it. Shovel, +1 confidence. That's great. Okay. So Anton has increased his confidence by 2. That's fantastic. Now, do you want to pick the roses? I mean, they sure look pretty cool, but maybe bad things are going to happen. Alex says negative on the roses. All right, shall we leave the roses? I feel like we've gotten out of here without too much harm. Maybe we should cut our losses and not be greedy. Should we just leave the roses? Yeah, we have no reason to grab these roses. And they're probably evil, and they're probably going to hurt us. We know where they are. If we need to come back and get roses, we'll come back. But let's leave these roses. I like it. All right. We don't have to grab everything that's not nailed down. All right, so we're leaving this location K. We did pretty well. We got some good items. We took care of K. We didn't put any fear there. And now we're going to take a break, and then we'll decide whether to crawl in through the kitchen or come in the front door. Is it time for an update yet? I feel like we just have enough maybe to get to one more location, but we better be careful. But it's probably a little premature to update yet. All right, we're going to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Into the mansion we go. All right, we're ready to go into the mansion. We need to decide whether you want to go in up through the kitchen or in through the front door. I mean, it's a little weird to be going up through the kitchen when we worked so hard to get in through the front door. I'm not really sure why we should care about going up into the kitchen. On the other hand, maybe we should just because we can. All right, let's do it. Let's go through the kitchen. I mean, eventually we're going to want to go to the front door, but maybe we could go there on our way out. All right, we're going to choose to go to location P. We'll have... Now, I have to caution you, we are running low on Azrak. But it feels like if we reset now, we're wasting half of it. So we're going to try to push our luck. So Anton is going to pay to bring us out in the kitchen. He's going to be our time captain. He's going to bring out location P. Kitchen looks pretty big. Whoa. Wow, it's big. It's a big location. Surprisingly, we are managing to fit all this on the table. I think maybe on my to-do list will be to see if I can't find some system that will help me keep cards aligned better. All right, so we've got refrigerator, ghost, stuff on the oven, door, door. A foul odor emanates from the kitchen. You hear Camilla's voice above the humming of the flies. Mrs. Palmcall is still here. She loved the kids. She died of grief. Since then, she's locked herself in the kitchen with a never-ending loop of tasks. Okay, so there's Mrs. Palmcall, who loved the kids. All right. Well, we could interact with her. She loves kids. We're a kids. Is she gonna want something from us? The refrigerator could be opened, but that can't be a good thing, can it? Do you really want to open the refrigerator? What's this thing here? That does not look good. What is that? I don't like the looks of that. I don't really want to go to any of these places, to be honest, but that's how I feel about this whole game. We could turn off the stove for her. Can we set her free? She's locked into a loop. I guess I'm curious about this, so I'd be inclined to have Anton check this out. I guess maybe we should think about this as reconnaissance. We don't really have enough Azrak to do tests, so maybe we should just look. Maybe we should just look. All right, let's do these. Let's start with Anton over here. If you want to take the note, if you want to examine the wall, yikes. So are we going to be able to get through that wall or something? I'm always inclined to go for the notes. They seem safest. But maybe in this case, we don't want to know. All right, let's do the note. And then if we want to look at the wall, we'll do so. We could come back here later and look at the wall for free. All right, let's take item 40. Let's grab this note. Mrs. Palmcall, I'm locking myself in my bedroom as of today. I'm committing myself to this prison. The serving hatch is permanently walled. From now on, I will have no contact whatsoever with the world. Thank you for everything you've done in this house. Leave now before it's too late. Ebenezer. Oh, that's creepy. So this was a dumbwaiter that would go up to his room. He sealed it up. Yikes. This doesn't seem like it's much of anything. I need to read the rules about this and. Like, if we come back, can we do the and thing for free? Let's see what the rules say here. Some cards have a choice. You can make the following, choose one at no cost. You're allowed to choose one of the options, and after looking at it, choose one spend. In that case, don't forget to remove the card. Well, it's really typically insufficient instructions here. I'm assuming if we come back, I don't know. I really wish they had gone to trouble to make these things clear. Like, it's clear that if we want to do this now, we have to pay an Azrak to do both. But if we put it back and come back and explore it, do we have to pay again? Do we still have to pay or not? But this feels like if we wanted to dig this out, we do have a shovel. I mean, he does have the shovel. I just don't know if we could do this for free later. He does have the shovel, though. He might be able to knock this out so we could get up there. Should we do it? Should we spend an Azrak? It might be a strength test, and he's bad at strength. I'll tell you what let's do. Let's not do it right now. I mean, we are sort of trying to use up our Azrak so we can reset, but let's keep this in front of him in case. Well, we can't help her if he's doing it. I think. All right, well, let's do this one first. She has to do this sort of simultaneously. A ghostly banquet is taking place behind the glass door. Immediately connect tile E. Okay, so we can see through the kitchen into the dining room, and ghosts are eating. Now it's telling us to add tile E, which is the banquet hall. It looks like it goes there. All right, so we can now go in the dining room. All right, so she's going to put this one back. Now I think maybe we should do this. Or you think it's going to be a strength test, so it's better for her to do it. It's just we kind of want to use up our things, even if he's bad at it. I mean, it's just 1 versus 2. She's not that much better at strength. And he has the shovel, although you're right. It's mostly confidence. We sort of want to use up these Azraks, so I'm tempted. All right. Why don't we don't know what else we're going to have to do. I'm going to have him put this back and not spend it. let's finish doing our free exploring. We'll see if these tokens these Azracs get used up on their own. If not, then we'll worry about it later. Who wants to talk to this woman? All right, she's a nice woman. We're going to talk to her. I'm going to let Anton talk to yeah, his fear is actually okay. I'm going to have Anton, as his free action, talk to her. Let's see what she says. Oh boy. The cook, skinning a chicken, turns to you. Ah, finally some help. But to work in the kitchen, you have to be strong and have guts. All right, this is the wrong person for this task. Look at the flies. If you want to help the cook, read your interaction card. Okay, nope. Nope, no thank you. No thank you. No thank you. We're not strong, and we don't have guts to give her. Although we actually do have some courage now, but we don't have strength. She looks like she's going to cut us open. And she's got scissors, yes. You're right, good point. Alex, or Marco, says that actually Amy is more than one better because she's two better because she also has scissors. Does guts mean physically have guts in your body so she can harvest them? Yes, it kind of looks like she wants to cut us open. But we're told by Camille that she was a good person. So, all right, well, let's just leave it. Let's continue to explore. All right, Amy has a free explore. Let's have her. Is she going to look in this pot to see someone's head, or do you want to have her look at this door? Let's have her look at this door. The door opens into a hallway. Immediately connect file L. Okay, so we're building out our map. I think that's good. Okay, so this L goes right there. All right, we've got more locations we can travel to, and then we don't need this anymore. All right, so our free actions, our free explores are done, but we have 4 Azraq left. It would be nice to get down to 1 each before we have to leave. That would be maximum efficiency. A little dangerous, though. I think we should do it, though. Let's try to team up and go to one place. So either the refrigerator or the frying pan both look bad, but I think we should. What's least likely to be a test? They both kind of seem like tests. They both could cause fear. I think maybe Anton can absorb more fear at this point. So let's have Anton go to the refrigerator. If you want to inspect the fridge, take item 4. That is very scary. That looks like a hand in the freezer. I think we should do it, though. Let's take item 4. I mean, how bad can it be? Here we go, item 4. It's a bone that gives +1 strength. I didn't expect that. You probably didn't want me to grab anything out of there, didn't you? But I did, and it helped us. All right, now he's down to 1. She's down to 2. We could spend this here, but then if it's a test, we're in a huge amount of trouble. So I wonder if we shouldn't just cut our losses and get out of here. I mean, worst case is we have to do an emergency update. It's not the worst thing in the world. Or get kicked out. If we get kicked out, then we just leave. All right, let's try it. Let's push our luck. Let's see. Gonna go here. Gonna explore this. The simmering food releases an awful stench. The biggest pot lets out an ear-splitting scream. You want to open the lid, take a fear, then item 10. Well, if she takes a fear, it's going to put it at this location because she can't hold any... Or we could give it to the dog. Or we could use our vial. All right. Let's do it. Let's give 1 fear to the dog just because he can hold 2. So might as well put 1 on him. And item 10. Holy Christ, look at that. You hear Camilla's horrified voice. That's her husband's head. She's serving her own husband to those ghosts who speak in riddles. Those lying ghosts who speak in riddles. Wow. That's terrifying. Now, what's that symbol? Do we have to care about that? No one told us to pay attention to that. I think that's a character we don't have. Okay. So this woman, cook, who we told is a nice woman, is serving her husband's head. But there is a little clue here, I feel like. She's serving her husband to those lying ghosts who speak in riddles. Lying ghosts. So I think these ghosts in this room, we're being told here that they lie a bit. So let's keep that in mind. All right, that's pretty terrifying. But now we've fully explored here, except for this, which we might be able to use to get into the dumbwaiter area. But now it's time to leave. So we're going to leave this location. Remember, we didn't interact with her, and we didn't go on the dumbwaiter, so we may want to come back here at some point. All right, now we've left locations. Now we're going to do an update. So if you remember the rules on updates, normally we would pay one of these onto this card to do an update, but the first 2 are free in a 2-player game. 2 updates at no cost. So we're going to spend one of our free updates to do an update. Everyone resets to their full Azrak. So this guy goes up to 7. And then Amy goes up to 4. We did about as well as we could do. But actually, you could spend your last one and just leave the location. That would be a little more efficient. So we probably should try to have one person spend their last one and get out. Okay, and then these reset. These stay in the center. Everyone's at full energy. And we can now go to our next location. So what have we got? The dining room with the lying ghosts, the hallway, and the main entrance hall. Where shall we go? Oh, we can trade items now. So if we want to use Amy for all fighting, we could give her this bone so that she's got really strong fight rather than split it up. I don't know what's better. I'm tempted to make one person good at each different thing. So it's tempting to give Amy the bone and let her really be good at fighting. Now, let me remind myself about, can you trade items? Can you trade items when you're doing support? Let's see. During between locations, you can swap items. During the action state, if you're in standby, you can't trade items. Oh, you can spend an Azrak to give an item to another person. Okay. So between locations, which we are now, you can freely exchange items. If you're in a location and you don't have a card in front of you, you could give one of your items to someone if you pay an Azrak. So if you want to trade items, we should do so now. Problem is we don't know what to test. Yes, but I think we should try it. I think we should make Amy our fighter. So I'm going to give her the bone. And then maybe let's give Anton this vial just in case he needs to get rid of some more of his fear. She has the dog for fear. He'll have this for fear. And it gives him another pentagram in case he needs it. Okay, just for fun. All right, where do you want to go? I think we should go to the dining room. I think we should try to take advantage of our knowledge about the lying ghosts while we remember it. So I say we go to E. Or we could go back. Hold on. Maybe we should go back in now that Amy is all strengthed up. Should we go back in that location we were just in and deal with the dumbwaiter that we know requires strength? Or was strength was for helping her? I guess we don't want to go back in there until we're ready to do all the things that were in there. All right, let's go to the dining room. Let's go to the dining room. Keep your eye open for something that requires strength, though, so we can make sure we send Amy. Okay, reception room. Okay, so small room. There's the table. Okay, let's see. Keep exploring to the hallway. All right, well, it's too late because I brought this out, but we can go to the hallway next. Sorry. We'll go to the hallway next. When discovering this location, immediately reveal cards B, C, and D. On the house plan, connect tile P and A if you haven't already done so. We have already done so. Each agent takes the token with their receptacle's portrait. Okay, each agent places their token on an unoccupied chair of their choice. Okay, so let's see. So we turn these immediately over, and we've got a dinner we're having. Okay. All right. There's our dinner. Take the token of your face. Put it on a chair of your choice. Once seated, you can talk for free with the two ghosts next to them, reading the indicated interaction card. Then an agent who wants to talk to a ghost who's not sitting next to them has to spend an Azrak. Okay, so if this person sits here, they can talk to these two. And here, they could talk to these two. Or same difference. You can split or however you want. It feels like for proximity, maybe this is better. All right. I can't think of much of a reason to prefer one over the other. Piano notes play along with Camilla's voice. This place is filled with memories. We used to celebrate the happy moments of our lives. Now a masquerade is unfolding here, but pay attention. Under a veil of lies, a truth may open a locked door. Okay, so our whole thing about lies, we're told again, so it didn't matter, but okay. Now we can talk to these people. You can talk for free with the two ghosts next to them, or talk to someone not next to them for an Azrak. Okay. So we're not going to be doing any exploring here because everything's revealed. All right, well, let's have Anton talk to this guy here. So Anton is talking to thee. The ghost with the bluish aura finishes his lamb's eye before speaking to you, his mouth still full. I must tell you, there are no liars among us. Only 1 year matters for visiting the basement, little Charles's birth. We know these people are liars. Only 1 year, he says, there are no liars here. Only 1 year matters for visiting the basement, little Charles's birth. Okay, well, we haven't seen Charles's gravestone, have we? We saw our gravestones, but not theirs. Okay. And then for free, he can also talk to the green person. The woman in a green dressing gown staring down at you is a ghost. She confidently states, "There are precisely 3 liars at this table. It is the year of the wedding that opens the basement door." Okay, this is a little Charles's birthday was on the coffin. Yes, we took a photo of it, didn't we? Even though the game says you shouldn't take photos, but we didn't want to write it down. Okay. So, but this one says there's no liars. This one says there are 3 liars, and they all lie. So, do they all lie? Charles's birth, the year of the wedding. Okay. We know that there are some liars. So this one is wrong. But this one could be telling the truth. But this one we know is lying. All right, well, let's just put these aside for a minute. Let's have Amy now talk to the purple ghost. Purple ghost says, the ghost of an old man in purple livery tells you between 2 mouthfuls of rotten flesh, that you can't sit at my table, Sponger. I'm not talking to anyone who wasn't invited by the master. Get out of my sight. All right, that's not very useful. And now the white ghost, VII. The ghost is a toothless young woman wearing a long white wig. There are precisely 2 people telling lies at this table. The code to go into the basement is the year Ebenezer Cavendish arrived in America. Now buzz off, let me eat. So if they all lie, let's see, they all lie, then what do we know? They can't all lie, right? Because 3 liars would be a lie, so there aren't 3 liars. Oh, there are 4 people. Okay, so that can be a lie. This is a lie. This is a lie. They all 4 lie. But how does that help us? You can't sit at my table. I'm not talking to anyone who wasn't invited. All right, we can pay to talk to them again, but what's our theory here? That they're all lying, right? If they're all lying, then this is a lie, this is a lie, and this is a lie. That's all fine. That we can. There's the consistent answer to them all being lying is that there are 4 liars at the table. That makes them all lie. But how does it help us now? Because then none of this is true. We know that this one's going to be wrong. But what if one of these is telling the truth? Then this one's telling the truth. And everyone else is lying. And they're the truth teller. So this is the answer. So yeah, we can have someone else talk to the other ghosts, but I'm just trying to figure out it sounds like this is the old door thing. So I guess as I would understand it, what makes the most meta sense is that some of these ghosts are lying and some are telling the truth. One or more is telling the truth, probably. So the question is for us to figure out which one tells the truth. So let's talk to the one that gave us a non-answer, which was the purple ghost. purple ghost, let me put these here. Maybe I'll put them where they're sitting. How about that? Okay. So the purple ghost didn't really didn't say anything that we could use to judge. So let's have Anton pay an Azrak to ask this person something. So he's going to pay that to ask VI. Let's see if the purple ghost tells him anything that's useful. The ghost of an old man dressed in purple livery with a ravenous expression on his face is trying to eat food, but it passes through him before landing at his feet with a splat. Well, 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 here comes our guest. Listen, there isn't more than one person telling lies among us. And in truth, the year that matters to access the basement is that of his return from the old world. All right. So he says there isn't more than one person telling lies. So he says there's one liar. This person says 3 liars. This person says 2 liars. This person says no liars. We know there's at least 1 liar, so we know this is a lie. There could be exactly 3 liars, so this could still be the truth. There could be 2 liars, so this could be the truth, but they can't both be true. Okay, this statement is useless. This person says there's 1 liar or 0, but we've already decided there's 1. So 1 liar, 2 liars, 3 liars. And this is already a liar. So I think, let's just think about it logically. This person says there's only 1 liar. If this person is telling the truth, then this is our liar. There's 1 liar, but that would mean this person would have to tell the truth and this person would have to tell the truth. So this must be a lie, right? You got that, right? If this person, we know this person's a liar, right? Because he says there are no liars, and we're already assuming there's at least 1 liar. Okay, so if this person is telling the truth, then there's only 1 liar, and here's our liar. That would mean these would have to be telling the truth, but they're inconsistent with him. So this is a lie. If this is a lie, then there has to be at least 2 liars. If this person is telling the truth that there are 2 liars, then here's our 2 liars, but now these 2 are inconsistent. So this must be a lie. So now we get to here. This person says there are precisely 3 liars. That is consistent with this. So this is there are only 2 consistent states. Either this person is telling the truth and there are 3 liars, or this person is also lying and there are 4 liars. The problem is, though, that if there are 4 liars, what information can we get out of them? We could only rule out things. So from a meta standpoint, I'm guessing that they're not all liars and this one is telling the truth and there are exactly 3 liars. This is the only consistent truth teller. Everyone else cannot be a truth teller. No one else can be a truth teller. So either this person is telling the truth and that this is the code, or we can ask around enough to prove that this couldn't be consistent either, in which case everyone's lying and our only hope is to rule out things. So if you wanted to try to answer that, we could talk to this person again and see if what they say is still consistent with this theory, or if we could prove that they must be lying also. So I'm inclined to stop, but I'm willing to do one more. So let's have Amy talk to this ghost and see if we can catch this ghost in a lie. Does that make sense to everyone? She would have to pay for that. All right. Is everyone following what I'm saying? This is the only possible one that could be telling the truth. We can just assume that they must be telling the truth. And so this must be the answer. Or we can pay to look at them. I think probably this is going to be like this person's going to give us no information, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to spend this token to look at this and see. There are precisely 3 liars at the table. It is the year of the wedding that opens the basement door. Okay, well, look, it's the exact same thing she said in both cases. All right, so this person is going to be telling the truth. We just spent an extra crystal to confirm that. Doesn't mean, I mean, they could be lying also, but either these are all lies or this is the one truth. The year of the wedding. Now, do we know the year of the wedding? Do we know the year of the wedding? I don't think we do. I don't think we do know the wedding. Okay. All right, well, let's write down that we think that's what we need to know. The year of the wedding is for the basement. All right, let's get out of here. We get to keep these up in case we want to look at them or talk to someone, come back here for some reason. I don't see why we would. Okay. All right, off we go. This location gets put away. We had a fun interaction with some ghosts. That was kind of fun. Talk to the ghosts. And we should have put a crystal here. I guess we're going to let Anton do that. All right, you wanted to go to the hallway now, L? All right, let's go to L. So Anton is going to lead the way again because he's got so many crystals. Hazrak, let's go to L. All right, that's a creepy hallway. But I wonder if we're not going to get some dates here. It looks like they got kids, though. So maybe not wedding date, but maybe this has got the wedding date on it. All right. Let's read what it says. Immediately connect tile M. Okay. So we've got a new location, M. It's coming out right there. The cold, damp draft running through this hallway carries a musty smell. Outside, you hear creatures grunt, moan, and scratch as if willing to do anything it takes to get inside. All right. All righty. So we're looking for the date they got married, and we're looking for other stuff. I mean, I see a spooky green ghostly doorway here. Although that could be the doorway back into the kitchen. You see anything in particular you want to explore? I'd be inclined to explore these two pictures that we can't make out, because I'm hoping to get their marriage date. Look, this is husband and wife. Husband's gone. He died here. So let's have Anton go here, and let's have Amy go here. Hopefully no one will fall through the force. Okay, Anton and Amy. Okay, we're starting with Anton. The portrait comes alive, and the three women address you. Good day to you. We are Virginie, Madison, and Elodie. Here, have this. We snatched it from the master of the house. But please don't say anything. Let's just keep it between us. So are these going to be servants? Probably servants. Item 17. Let's see what they gave us. Aha! Another note. What does the note say? Finally, I have it. I finally got hold of the life mentioned to the Liber Mortis. The life something mentioned to the Liber Mortis. The creature who had it gave me a hard time. Unfortunately, I couldn't kill it, but I managed to injure it. I managed to what it? I expect it will show up sooner or later. In prison? Is that what it said? Or what does it actually say? I finally got hold of the life stone mentioned in the Liber Mortis, which is a book of the dead. The creature who had it gave me a hard time. Unfortunately, I couldn't kill it, but I managed to imprison it. I expect it will show up sooner or later. The life stone. This is so interesting. It's like we've got supernatural horror mixed in with scientific time travel, and I wonder if he's talking about some extraterrestrial creature he's somehow managed to imprison or something. Okay, let's put this with our notes. I wonder if we're going to be able to like form part of another note or something like this. Okay, well, we'll just put this up here for now. All right, well, thank you, ladies. All right, we can put them back. All right, let's see what Amy has got here. If you want to remove the spider webs, take a fear and read XI. Okay, so if we take a fear, we can't hold it. We're going to have to put it on this location. Unless we want to spend all is well, but I don't think we should. I think we should just let it be on this location. We don't know what it's for. Got the position of the card backwards. Yes, I did. Thank you. Okay. All right. Well, surely we're going to do this. I don't know what's going to happen to us, but we're surely going to do this. All right. We're going to take a fear. Amy can't hold it on her anymore. I don't want to give it to the dog and scare off the dog. So she's going to put it, where are we? We're in the hallway? All right, I'm just going to put it on the hallway. What's the worst that could happen? All right, let's see what happens when she clears this picture. Oh no. Hundreds of spiders leave their webs and crawl up your arm, then onto your face. You fall to the ground in fear. You suddenly feel as if you're taking an elevator down. The smell of soil invades your nostrils. A lid closes on you. Absolute darkness. No matter how hard you hit the lid, no one hears you. So if this was Anton, nothing would happen. Because it's Amy, we're supposed to take 2 fear. All right, so what we're going to do here now is the dog's running off. So we're going to take this 2 fear, which over scares the dog. When this card has 2 or more, remove this item and all the fear. All right, so the dog got scared off by the spiders. That's the only logical thing. I'm sorry. I hope we won't need that dog later. There's nothing else to do about it. That's what we have to do. So we should not have looked at that painting. I don't know how you were supposed to know that there was nothing to see except fear. And I don't know why we would have thought that that would make her gravestone. These feel like these are coming up too often. Oh, but I guess it's her. If you had probably if you had told anyone else, it would have triggered their personal fear. All right. That's life. So that was their recons. And now we've got some free explorations. We might as well continue. I'm going to have Anton look at the father picture. And I'm going to have Amy look at this one. But first we start one at a time. It had a skull on top. I should have known that, huh? All right. Let's see what Anton sees here. Whoa, that's creepy. Engraved on the frame you read, Ebenezer, Camilla, Suzanne, and Charles Cavendish. And the 2 kids are paranormally. Okay. The 2 kids are possessed in some way. All right, Anton, he's going to put it back. And now here comes Amy. It is better not make Amy think she's fallen in the ground. No shovels, right? Okay. The children become translucent while Camilla's face comes to life. This is our family. Before my husband started these horrible experiments, before he summoned this monstrosity in the basement, before he tried to keep us between life and death, before the mansion became Cavendish. Okay, husband doing experiments in the basement. We got some of his documents, and he tried to keep them alive between life and death, and the two kids have become something. I mean, she's already a ghost, so, and she's not translucent, so for some reason, the kids are, though. The kids are haunted. All right, well, they've both spent their free explorations, but we've got one more place we haven't been. I suppose Anton's gonna give it a try. Might as well. The enraged barks seem to get closer as they grow louder. However, all you can see outside is the park bathed in the pale moonlight. If you want to open the window, take a fear and item 12. The dog that just ran away has become a ghost. Enraged. This game is trying to trick me. It keeps having me pay to have bad things happen to me. Let's replace the friendly dog with an angry dog. I feel like if we had had the friendly dog, this might be a fun interaction here. I mean, taking an item is rarely bad. So let's do it. So actually, Anton can hold a fear. So Anton's going to take a fear. He actually can hold two because of his watch and shovel. So I just added one. So he's okay. He's still not doing anything bad. Item 12 is coming into play. So far, we haven't gotten any bad items. Let's see. Whoops. Spoke too soon. The window shatters and growling hounds leap into the hallway. Their bared teeth foretell this will not be a pleasant encounter. The group must choose one of the following two options. Why did we open that window? All right, so we can max out our fear, which we already are at. So that would just add 3 to our location. Run for our life and leave this location. We've got nothing else to do here, so that's not a terrible option at all. Or we have to fight these creatures for no purpose other than to avoid leaving fear. All right, this is an easy one. We're running away. We are already maxed out at fear for all of our characters, so that's good. But we do have to add 3 fear to this hallway. Plus, there's already one there. That's 4 fear. I hope we're not going to have to run out through here. All right, and that's it. Now we're leaving. That was terrible, and now we know some of the items are bad. Never should have opened that window. All right, now we're leaving this location. We must, but that's okay because we want to anyway. All right. When the game is telling you to do something that clearly looks scary, maybe don't do it. All right, we've left the location. We're maxed out on our fears. Is there any way to reduce fear? The update doesn't get rid of fear, does it? How do we get rid of fear? I just want to make sure the update's not supposed to be getting rid of fear. Standard update. Bend the Azrak. Oh, that's it. Okay. Well, where shall we go next? And is there anything we want to trade before we do? We still don't know the wedding date. I think that might logically be on the entry. John says we can fix our fear with the all is well card or the vial. I agree, but I don't think we should do that until we need to. I think maybe the entryway would be have the wedding or this room here. Kind of makes sense that when you enter the house would be when you get married. Marcus says location M appears not connected to another one except location L. So if we leave M, we have to come back to L. The game rules say you can jump to any place. You don't have to walk through places. So it doesn't even, so for here, we can jump to here. But I kind of fear that the end game is going to make us go through places. So for end game, possibly. Although you can see this one looks like there may not be a place to connect to. This one does, though, because of these lines. DJ Moneykit says, I would guess they wouldn't give the code to the basement so early in the entryway. Well, that's a pretty reasonable possibility. You might be right. Well, where does the group want to go? Could go to the entryway, or we could go deeper into the house, into M. Jonathan says M. Jonathan and DJ Moneycat seem like they're both thinking alike. All right. The group has spoken. We're going to M. Yeah, big location. I don't have that many Azrak. Looks like that's their bedroom or office. Pretty scary. Amelia Cavendish's voice resonates within you. This room was forbidden to me. I secretly went there once and saw him using magic spells at the feet of the monster above the fireplace. If only you could have seen him drawing the pentacle to imprison the creature in the basement. It must still be there, and these damned crows are still here. I hate birds. Before I move away from this place, I will leave you a note on the couch. All right, she's going to leave us a note on the couch. There's crows that I don't see offhand. There's the guy, and he trapped some creature demon in the basement. I mean, it all looks terrifying to me. This looks like there could be something interesting in there. His desk will have documents. I'm curious to see those. I really don't want to look at this painting above the fireplace, to be perfectly honest. Oh, there's the crows she doesn't like. And there's Ebenezer's portrait or something. That seems like it might be useful to look at. All right, well, I want to look at what she's left for us. She's the person who's helping us, so I'd be inclined to go there. Creature could come in through the window. Maybe better to have someone who could fight go here. And I'm interested in any documents that might be here. So why don't we have Anton look for documents and let Amy go to the couch where a creature might come try to jump through and get her. Let me have Amy go first. The pale silhouette running toward the back of the garden creates a cold draft, sending the diary pages flying around you. Immediately take item 43. Aha, as we hoped. More documents. Research, liberty, I'll be able to forget. The fear of the aging is no something. Then this one says, the war with the English is endless. All this disturbs my experiments, but I'm not far from the goal. I found the ingredient that will change all of ... And then dilute 15 milligrams, something, something. I don't know, but it looks like maybe we'll be able to combine all these documents. I don't think we can use them yet. Silhouette. Okay. This is Anton. Look at that skull in the dresser. There's Ebenezer Cavendish. Is it? Oh, that document wasn't on his desk. That was what she left for us. Now we're going to check out his desk. Who's doing this? Anton. You want to pick or force the drawer locks. So it's dexterity or strength. So I think the thing to do is it's probably better for him to leave this and let Amy do it. She can use her strength test on it. And she's much better than him. So, okay. So because when he fails a test, very bad things happen. So what he's going to do is he's just going to put this back up. That was his recon, so it was free. And she's going to put this back up. Okay, and so now that was our recons. Now as Amy's free explore, she's going to come deal with this. All right. So Amy has a strength of 2 plus 2. Amy has a natural 4. We know there are 2 negative 2s in here, so a little bit more than half would fail it for us. So why don't we let her get 1 token help from Anton. And now we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 3. So if we get a negative 2, we'll pass it. I think that's the right thing to do. And if we're lucky, this will be a negative 2 because we'd like it out of the deck. All right, negative 1. All right, so we passed the test. That got spent. That got spent. And now we can take items 26 and 48 from the dresser. I'll just point out, this is why we gave her both the strength things, the bone, so that she could be overpowered on these tests that she's good at. Anything else we want to study here? Ebenezer, there's his shield. Ebenezer Cavendish. Okay, let's see what we found there. More notes and more notes. It looks like these are all gonna line up. Oh, the wedding. The wedding of Camilla and Ebenezer Cavendish. Looks like we might have a date here for the wedding. Thursday, January 26th, 1846. The groom, a 41-year-old English scholar, is the proud owner of a mansion in the heights of Dundalk. The reception was worthy of the most prestigious social gatherings, with the notable presence of the wealthiest Bay Staters. The mayor of Boston, himself present, ended his wishes to the newlyweds. May your union be as long and happy as those dishes were sophisticated and this event delicious. Okay, so we've got the wedding date. Marco says, note, I was wrong about the modifiers distribution. Okay. You don't think there's two negative twos? Wife and children of Dr. Cavendish fall. Oh, look at that. In a terrible accident, Miss Camilla Cavendish and her blank fallen to their deaths. Suicide leaves widower Cavendish. I see. Suicide. And we've got some remnants of letters. After that, we'll assemble these letters in a short period. Okay, let's take a look at these letters though. Did it. I finally managed to stabilize the formula I developed during my last experiment. My body no longer something for the time being. The livor mortis was the key to the work. As of now, my goal is to rejuvenate my organs. Something about Suzanne, my work, while something is devoted to creating the elixir. Life force seems to be the key ingredient. Sadly, it seems young subjects can give the most pure and long-term source. The book alludes to powerful beings and then life stones. What are they? I could avoid using innocent. Is that what he's saying? I could avoid using innocent. Boy, that's creepy. All right. I think we'll be able to assemble these physically, but we'll see. Do we want to write down the date or no? We have it. We have it on the card that we still have access to. Okay, well, that was it's all very creepy. All right, so Anton still has his free explore. We went there. We went there. We haven't been to the rest, though. I'm afraid to go here. I'm afraid to visit the crow. This looks safe enough. Let's have Anton go here. The bird might talk. What if the bird tries to attack us? He's in a cage, but the woman didn't like them. I wonder if that means... Well, I'll tell you what. It's time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. I was just scarfing down a half a piece of toast. My wife has cracked the secret to the bread. My father used to bake bread every day almost. And we've been baking bread here for a couple years, sourdough bread, but it feels like there was one little step we were missing. Maybe it's this banneton, it's this porous, sort of like bamboo bowl that lets air get to it rather than proofing it in a plastic container. It seems to be making a big difference. Okay, so we were saying it looks like this is going to take 2 sessions. So we should look for an approximate halfway point. Alex is having to go to sleep now, but we'll catch up and watch the rest of it. We've been playing for about 3 hours, 45 minutes. So I think one way to estimate how much time is what proportion of the building we've brought out. So there's still 4 more tiles to bring out. And we've brought out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you could argue we might be at the halfway point now, but let's play for another hour and then maybe we'll stop. Okay, so we were saying Anton has one more free exploration, and I don't want to go here. This looks scary, like it's going to scare whoever goes there. The TV, that's like the poltergeist. I feel like that could scare someone too. Although you might learn some information here. First of all, shouldn't we have put a token here when we went to M? Let's have Amy do that. All right, so we don't have that many more tokens left. Azrak things. I think this is the safest way to go, but maybe we shouldn't be trying to be safe. We should try to efficiently use our tokens up and go to the most dangerous place. Free exploration. Okay, let's go here to the bird. Let's see what the bird. So Anton is going to the bird. These birds have been dead for a while. Oh boy. You want to open the cage, take one fear. All right, anytime you can get an item, I think you got to do it. But that fear he's going to take is going to have to go on to M location because he can't hold anymore unless he uses his vial to get rid of it. But I think we're saving that for some emergency. All right, so we're reaching into the cage, opening the door of the cage. Item 35. Two ravens, they're non... Really? Really? All right, well, we're going to have to get rid of these right away because we don't have a pet to get rid of anymore. And if it reduces his confidence, then another fear would come out on the board. So I think we just pay for this right now. It seems like we could split the cost. It's not a personal lock. So the woman warned us. The woman warned us. Every time that woman has warned us, when we don't do what she says, we get burned. The birds come to life when you open their cage. They fly out and land on your shoulders. They remind you of their presence each time they poke you with their claws and beaks. So we're spending 2 Azrak to get rid of this card. The ravens came to life as soon as we stuck our hand in there. All right, items are bad. Now, we have 1 Azrak each. The moment we go somewhere, that person is going to be kicked out of here. So we could explore and hope it's not a test. But even if it is, I think we'll be okay. All right, so I'm going to have Amy explore here just so that she can get kicked out and then we'll leave and then we'll reset. So Amy's going here. The man in the painting turns his head and tells you, I am recording Mr. Cavendish's story. A few documents are still missing. Based on my investigation, the notebook should be in the greenhouse and the wedding diary in the desk. The 3 sisters may have snatched one of its pages. So this is like a time traveling agent that we've come across, and he's helping us know where to find things. Okay, now, Amy has used her last Azrak. She could either do an emergency update, which is inefficient, or she could get bumped out of this location, which is what we're going to do. So we're bumping her out of this location, which is this rule here about lose receptacle control. So they're ejected, and then they just wait for us to leave. Now, we could set Anton to one of these locations, but then he would be ejected, and that would cause game over if everyone's ejected. If all agents lose control in the same location, the mission ends. Okay, so but that's okay. We took a little bit of a chance, calculated risk, but now we must leave. But we're going to want to come back here at some point to deal with this location and this location. But for now, we're leaving. So we leave, and now we're going to do an update. We've still got our free update, 2 free updates in a 2-player game. So that's what we're doing now, our second free update. And now everyone gets refreshed. That was a pretty efficient use of Azrak. There's 7 for that person, and 4 for Amy, 7 for Anton, and we're ready to go to a new location. All right, so we could go back to M and look at the TV and the mantle place with the creature, which might teach us a little bit about what the creature we're up against is. Or we could head to the main entryway. Anyone have a preference, a thought? I think for fun we should go to the entryway and not finish exploring M. Let's just make a note. Normally we try to close out each location. But for the fun of it, let's leave M unfinished. We'll come back to it. Was there a place in one of these that we didn't? There's 2 places in M, and then in P in the kitchen, there was at least 1 or 2 places we didn't visit. All right, so we're gonna go to the entryway now, A. Maybe life will be a little easier for us. Remember, we jumped right into the kitchen. So we bypassed the entryway. All right, A is the main hall. Let's see what we've got. Why is there a boy there? Oh my God, it's Damien. Damien was like, I asked you 3 hours ago to hurry up. Why did we not listen to Damien? Otherwise known as Subject 13. He's right there waiting for us. Now remember, he's Anton's friend. So Anton should go talk to Damien. All right. And then let's have Amy go to this knight since she's so strong. These are not these, actually. These are the recons. Okay, here we go. Anton is dealing with Damien. Let's see if Damien's going to turn evil or if he's going to be helpful. We need a crystal on A, and we need to raid A. Thank you. Okay, So crystal on A. Thank you. I forgot about that. Time Captain puts the crystal on A, and then we read this. All right, getting sloppy. Camilla's voice echoes through the hall. Here is the entrance. Ebenezer, my husband, is upstairs. You must put an end to this nightmare. See Damien? He looks like a puppet. I don't know if you'll be able to save him, but he must be the last of this long line of victims. Come and see me upstairs. I'm expecting you. Okay, we did find Camilla, and it seems like the husband is sacrificing the blood of children to do his rituals. So I think Damien might be the victim he's after. So let's try to save Damien. Doesn't seem like Damien is evil, but hard to know. All right, here we go. Is this thing going to fall on us? Oh, dear God. Damien shouts, "Alone! I told you to come alone, Anton." Then suddenly everything around you starts shaking. As the staircase caves in, you see Damien levitating above the rubble, eyes fixed on you with a terrifying stare. Immediately remove this card. Read your interaction card 3. Oh, gosh. That's not good. He's being possessed, though. Damien momentarily regains consciousness, as if emerging from a nightmare, and screams, "Watch out! The old man wants to lure you upstairs!" He struggles to articulate. "Take the stone at the foot of the stairs. I stole it from Cavendish. The prisoner in the basement is looking for it. He scares me even more than the old man, but he can help you. Whatever happens, do not go into the playroom." He then vanishes. Okay, so he's being possessed, but he regained consciousness enough to warn us, if we believe it. He wants to lure us upstairs, but we went upstairs, and Camilla was upstairs, and that was good. Take the stone at the foot of the stairs. I stole it. The prisoner's looking for it. He scares me even more than the old man, but he can help you. Do not go into the playroom. I mean, do you trust him? Is this good advice? I mean, I don't trust this demon version of Damien, but I'm not sure I trust this one either, since Camilla's waiting for us upstairs. And maybe it's good we didn't go into the fireplace if the old man's trying to lure us there. All right. Well, we get to keep this card, so let's just put that where we need it. All right. This card is gone. Terrifying. Okay, so this is going to be the stone at the bottom of the stairs somewhere. We may have to fight this person to get it, but Amy is strong. I have faith in her. The corridor is nothing but a trompe l'oeil painted onto the canvas lining the wall. Trompe l'oeil is something made to look real, which isn't. So they're saying there is no actual hallway corridor here. It's just painted on. If you want to pick up the stone, remove this card, take item 23, or if you want to examine the armor, gulp. I feel like we've been down this road with this game before. It's like, let's examine the armor. Oh, now you have to fight it for a half hour. But the moment we try to pick up the stone, I feel like this thing's going to come to life and get us anyway. Ugh. I mean, We clearly want that stone, but do we just grab it or do we have to fight the armor first? If we examine the armor, will we get some insight into how to fight it? Oh, it's an or. There's no and option here. This is not going to go. This is going to be a battle. All right. What's it going to be then? I mean, clearly we want the stone, but this is an or. So I think the answer is, I see, a dexterity test to grab it. And we do have 2 dexterity, but we have 4 strength. So I feel like we'd kind of rather fight this thing. Okay, if I'm being logical about it, I like your thinking that it's a dexterity test. If I'm being logical about it, though, better to look for traps first rather than reach down where this guy's sword is right by your head. So I think we should examine the armor and then it will lead to us getting the stone. But I think you're right. It could just be a dexterity test. We do have tons of Azrak. So actually, if it is a dexterity test, even though we're worse on dexterity than strength, we have enough stuff to beat it. All right, we're going to have a vote here. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? Do you want to pick up the stone or examine the armor? All right, just type vote pick up or vote examine armor. 2 votes for stone, 1 vote for armor. To me, picking up the stone is like disregarding the danger of the armor. It would be better for us to notice that there's a trap before just trying to pick it up. It's almost like you could rewrite these. If you want to, carelessly pick up the stone without thinking about it, or do you want to look around first? Jonathan, can someone proxy vote me for examine? DJ says, yeah, but we might end up fighting him for no reason. I mean, yes, we absolutely might. We absolutely might. Half the time in this game, you fight people you don't even want to. It's absolutely true. But I mean, he's gonna trigger once we pick up that stone. He's gonna trigger anyway, so I don't think we're gonna be able to avoid fighting this guy. I don't think just looking at the armor is gonna cause a fight that wouldn't be caused if we don't look at it. I mean, if it said you want to grab the sword, then you could say, okay, look, if you don't grab the sword, you don't have to fight him. If you do grab the sword, you do have to fight him. But you can't. Looking at the armor is not going to do anything special. All right, well, there's 10 concurrent viewers, 9 likes, but only 4 voters, including me. So I guess we're going to stop this vote here. And we're going to examine it. I'm going to make a judgment call here. Examine the armor, card 24. The worst thing that can happen is if the game's like, well, you've chosen how you want to fight the creature downstairs. It's by taking the armor instead of the stone. So I'm hoping we're not picking a path that skips the stone. Is that what it is? Wait, before I turn this, is this game going to punish us for thinking we're trying to grab armor? All right, it's done. We're doing this. As you approach the armor, it suddenly comes to life with a series of rattlings as it moves into attack position. Now, don't think, oh, that's the mistake. That is absolutely not a mistake. This is what we wanted. We wanted to have a fight over strength rather than a dexterity. All right, so we're going to be able to beat this pretty handily. I don't know why we're not getting the stone, though. This is a different item. All right, this guy seems pretty easy to beat. He's a 2, and we're a 4. So, worst case, without any modifier, Amy's going to be able to kill this thing. So she doesn't even have to do anything special. She just has to draw a card. And in fact, we're kind of hoping for a -2, right? So she's 2 strength, 3, 4. That's why we gave her the strength. So if there's a -2 in here, we get this best outcome. So let's hope for a -2. +2. Well, that's not what we wanted. All right. So we overkilled it. So we get item 6, and this guy's defeated. But we didn't get the stone. That's because this was going to trigger this. This was going to trigger the armor. 6 is going to be the stone. It's just if you tried to grab it, you had to fight you probably had to do a dexterity test for it. So this is going to be the stone. Yeah. All right. So that was handled well. We played to our strength. We got the stone. It's an emerald. And it's got some weird symbol. XP for the XP game. All right. That was handled well. For once. For once we had a battle that we handled well. All right. Now we're flush with Azrak and free explorers. So this looks like it might give us access to another room here. And this looks like what? Cabinet where we could find something useful. All right, well, let's have Amy, since Amy was doing so well, I'm going to have her spend her free explore to open up this cabinet. A heavy wardrobe falls down on you as you put your hand on the doorknob. You must avoid the piece of furniture. After resolving the test, connect tile E. Okay, so it's a dexterity test, which we've got a 2 on. If we fail it, we take 2 fear. If we pass it, if we overkill it, we take 1 fear. If we get it exactly, we get rid of it. Okay. So we know in this deck, there's a -2, a 0, a +1. So we've got 1/3 chance of getting a -2. We really don't want to fail it, but it's not the worst thing in 2 fear. Not the worst thing in the world. It unlocks no matter what. So the question is, do we want to spend 2 Azrak to guarantee a pass? Or just let ourselves very possibly fail it and just take 2 fear instead of 1. I think it'd be smarter to just not spend any Azrak. If we get a 0, then we pass it perfectly. If we get a negative, we're going to take 2 fear. We'll just put it on that location. All right, so that's what we're going to do. We're not going to spend anything. I'd rather have the Azrak. I think, although we could always do an update. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. Okay, so I'm not modifying it. It's 2 versus 2. If it's a 0, it's an exact. If it's negative, we fail. Okay. Well, it's a +2 and we reshuffle. All right, so we overkilled it, which means we do take 1 fear, which goes on M, but that's why we didn't do any modifiers, because we would have just wasted Azrak. Okay, so before I reshuffle these, you're not supposed to see this according to the rules, but I think it's a dumb rule. So there's there's our distribution. Sorry, fear on A. You're right, we're on A. Thank you. Okay, so there's 1 -2, 1 -1, 2 zeros, and 2 +2s. So actually, the average in this deck is positive, slightly positive, maybe a positive 0.5. Okay, so we resolved this, but it looks like it did reveal a passageway. Tile E. Tile E is already out. I see it resolved a passageway into here, which we had already found. So just a waste of our time. All right. Let's have Anton go here then. He's got a free explorer. Yes, I guess everything is free so far. Okay, here comes Anton. Hopefully you won't get too scared by this thing above the door. Oh boy. He did get scared by the thing above the door. The stag's head that hangs above the door transforms when you put your hand on the doorknob. If you want to open the door, we do a test. Okay. It's very similar to our previous test. It's a confidence test. We have 2 confidence. If we overkill it, we'll take a fear. If we fail it, we'll take 2 fear. And if we get exact, we take no fear. So it seems like we're in the same situation before, where Anton has a natural 2. The most likely outcome is a 0, which would be an exact. So I think we just go for blind, and the odds are still that we'll take 0 or 1 fear. If we overkill it, we just increase the odds of us taking 1 fear. Okay, so we're not going to modify. We're going to use his 2 confidence. We're just going to try a natural attack on this door. Anton, try not to be afraid. Try to be... Oh, wait a minute. No. Anton has fear of failure. He doesn't like to fail. If he fails, he'll take 2 extra fear. Okay, we don't want that. All right, so let me pause. So as I see it, we've got 2 options. We can either let Amy handle this, or we can give him enough gems to pass it. There's only one -2. I'll tell you what we'll do. We're going to spend one of these on here. And now he's 3 versus 2. So the only thing that will fail is the -2. 1 out of 6. That's worth the risk. All right, here we go. If we get the -2, well, that's just life. Okay. Okay, well, we lost this token. We failed the test. So 2 fear come out. Maybe we got to use our vial now. Okay, so we're going to use the vial to stow this. We're going to use our vial to stow this fear out of the game. Then the rules gave us 2 fear, which we can absorb. The vial is gone. But because he's afraid of failure, 2 more fear come out. And those will go on the board. That was a pretty rough one. 1 out of 6 chance. Pretty rough. All right. Well, the good news is future tests, we know there's no -2 in here. It's good to have that -2 come out early. It's just unfortunate that it came out during Anton's test. Perhaps I should have spent. Well, it's done is done. It's very thematic. It makes sense. We said, is that thing going to scare him on top of the door? And it sure did. Okay, but either way, this is gone and we connect a new tile. So poor Anton freaked out, but he did discover a new room. Now there's something weird, which is you can see that there are no more doorways. So this is going to be like basement. But if you look at this, there's 3 things that obviously won't fit here. So I have a feeling when we go downstairs, maybe we're going to clear these and be in the basement. All right, well, we're done with this location. We're going to leave now. All right, everyone is scared to death. Well, it looks like we're going to tile H. Let's let Anton lead the way. He was the one who was brave enough to go in there, even though it scared him half to death. We're not going to reset, but we are going to bring out location H. A little scary. This might be the last location before, other than the basement. All right, we're in the library. What is that? What's this and this? This card here is going to explain it to us. Only the creaking of the wood floor disturbs Camilla's voice. Let me introduce Mrs. Eusafia. I avoid her like the plague. She used to do card and tea readings for my husband and conducted seances to bolster his delusions, but I think she finally understood. At least one agent must explore this card. Reveal this card only when instructed. Okay. So this one we can't choose to explore. One agent must come here. Oh, there she is. Look at her. That's scary. All right. That looks scary. That looks pretty scary. So she's going to do a reading for us. Well, better to have Amy do everything that could involve a test. So let's let Amy deal with that woman in case there's a test involved. And which of these places looks safest for Anton? Like there's a scary face there. Scary face there. Those don't look so safe. Maybe this one is the safest? Poor Anton. There's a book here, though, I'd like to read. But I'm a little nervous about that thing. Where do you want Anton to recon? Maybe this is safest. Let Anton free to help Amy for now. We can't do that. When you explore, you can let one of them have nothing in front of them. But when you first enter a room, you do recon, where everyone draws a card. So we have to draw a card here. Let's have him stick nearby. I'm a little nervous about it, but we'll start here. Wait until all agents are in standby. If they delay, feel free to tell them that you've got better things to do, then read aloud. All right, well, that's kind of weird, but let's do this first then. As you approach the bookcase, you see from the corner of your eye the old lady grabbing the arm of the agent who went to see her. Immediately put this card back in the panorama face down. Look how scary that is. All right, so essentially it's telling us to do this. Okay, now they're in standby. The old lady's eyes take on a milky tinge. She stares at my receptacle, who starts talking to the rest of you in a hoarse voice. There's a book in this bookcase that gives access to a secret room. I can't show it to you, but I can help you find it. You're entitled to 7 questions or proposals, and only one at a time, so confer together. For example, is there a skull on the shelf where the book is? Is it green? Etc. And you think you've found it, point at it. You must keep in mind making a proposal counts as a question. And you must make only one proposal or ask only one question at a time. Soon, I won't be able to talk to you anymore. I will only answer by knocking once on the table for yes or twice for no. Starting now, I go silent. Your move. Put this card back in the panorama, then immediately look at card F without showing it to the other agents. This seems like it's not going to work for a solo playthrough. It seems like the idea here is that whatever character went to meet her, they're going to know the answer by looking at this card. This is what I'm guessing. They're going to know the answer, and then everyone else is going to ask questions. So here's how we'll do it. if I'm right. I will look at this card. I will not reveal it to you. And then you guys can ask questions, unless there are rules for solo play, which we have to hope for. But let me take a look at card F without showing it to anyone. If you are playing in solo mode, the test is automatically a success. That's weird. All right, so it has a whole set of rules, but it says if it's solo mode, it's automatically a success. So that's a shame. Well, let's see, how did it want it to work? This gets put back. Let's just see, maybe we can try to do it. Okay, you can ask questions. You're trying to guess where the book is. I can't show it to you. I can help you find it. You got 7 questions or a proposal. So when you guess at one, that counts. And you can ask questions. Is there a skull on the shelf where the book is? Okay. So according to the official solo rules, it's automatically a success. But we could, if we wanted to, play this with a game, since I know I have the answer here, the multiplayer answer here. Let me see what this looks like this way. Kind of hard to see, isn't it? All right, does anyone want to, this is kind of pointless. There's no deduction here. There's no deduction, but you could try if you guys want to ask questions, but there's nothing to figure out. You're just trying to, I don't think this is going to work. I'm just going to show it to you because I don't think there's any point in this. It says the book they're trying to find is on card C, lower right shelf. So it's one of these cards here that the light is shining on. This card or this book here. So if they point at it, then you say, good, take the book, but be wary of it. I can now leave in peace, avenge us. The bookcase slides open to reveal a staircase descending to a basement. And if they fail it, they don't find it after 7 times. The woman says, good Lord, keep going at your own risk. She disappears. A book crumbles to dust. Book slides to unveil a staircase. If you're playing solo, you just take it. So there's no real deduction. People would just try to winnow it down. Like, is it on the top shelf? No. Bottom shelf. Is it on the top half of the shelves? No. Then it has to be on these 2. Is it on this card? Yes. Now you know it has to be here. So it seems pretty easy. You'd eventually narrow it down. There's no deduction. There's no way of figuring out that it's here. You just got to get questions that get you in the right cell. All right. Anyway, we got it. So we get item 36. But maybe we should read this again, what she says. She says, good, take this book, but be wary of it. I can now even peace avenge us. So the husband is the one they're afraid of that needs avenging. The bookcase slides open, staircase to the basement. Place tile D next to the mansion. This location is now accessible. Okay, so this doesn't even go in the mansion. It's just next to the mansion. It's downstairs in the basement. We'll put it there. And we got the book. Let's take a look at this book. Oh, it's the Liber Mortis. This is the grimoire you found in the bookcase. Just touching its cover feels like frostbite. You're unable to open it. You sense, however, that it holds crucial importance. Okay, so that was Amy again. She's in charge of all the good stuff. And then, can we even go to these places? No, these are just... Oh, but what about... Oh, and yeah, F was the last card was the solution. Okay, so this location is done. We are done with this. We still don't know what all this fear is about. And now we have a little bit of a tough decision. Why is that? Because it feels like the showdown happens in the basement. But there are a couple of rooms that we haven't fully explored. So the question is, do we go down to the basement now, having not explored those other rooms fully? Or do we go to those rooms first? Maybe we should try to reassemble these notes and see how many, if any, we're missing. Let's see. It's a little bit reminiscent of the I think these combine. A little reminiscent of the other game in that of having to assemble. No, I'm wrong. Let's see. They're all... This one, I'd love to find the other side of this. This looks like it's part of this, but maybe not. What about this? Oh, that's upside down. Where's our cut pages? I don't like that this one's cut off, but I don't know if we're meant to be able to connect them. Doesn't look like it's this wide, so probably these are not related. Oops. Well, that's a tough call. I mean, there were a bunch of places in the living room in M, in the office of Ebenezer, that we didn't go to. On the other hand, Damien says he's trying to trick you upstairs, so maybe we dodged a bullet by not looking at that fireplace with the creature. And we do know the date, we think, to open the basement. So perhaps we have enough. All right, well, let's have a vote. Vote basement or vote back to the office? Two votes for basement. So the wife committed suicide. Looks like one or both kids died, and the father is doing crazy experiments with plants and this life force crystal to summon some creature that he's locked up in the basement that he's using to bring life to bring his wife back to life. And he's sort of doomed everyone in this mansion to living in the in between life and death. All right, everyone wants to go down to the basement. All right, what can I do? I guess we're going down to the basement. All right. Now, we've still got most of our health, so I guess we're not going to update yet. All right, down to the basement we go. Who's going to be the captain? I guess Amy, since she's at full health. She's going to captain us, time captain down to D. There's still two more locations on the tile set. Locked door. You know where else we never went? Into the dumbwaiter. I'm going to write that down. That was in the kitchen. All right. Look how crazy this is. This is like Cthulhu story. All right, let's see what it says. Stop. You are in front of an armored door, barred by a 4-digit code combination lock. You can only explore this location once you believe you have found the code. Add up the 4 digits of the code. Look through the deck of common cards for the item card matching the result. 1958 combines to that number. If the back has a arch symbol, reveal it and read it. If it leads to an item card without the arch symbol, stow it without reading it. You have the wrong code. Time Captain must take back the anorak they placed in location D. Group must place 3 on their mission return card. Oh my God, it's a huge penalty if you get it wrong. Then you can decide not to turn the padlock dials. In this case, Time Captain takes it back and chooses a new one. All right. So we believe we know the answer of the wedding. And it was on this card. So we believe the year of the wedding is 1846, right? Is that what it says? 1846. So 9 plus 4 is 13, plus 6 is 19. So before I look up item 19 in here, does anyone want to object and offer a different idea? Because once I try to look up 19, we're going to lose a lot of stuff if we're wrong. It doesn't say they were married the previous year, right? It just says, here's the wedding. Tom says, seems right to me. Okay. I just want to make sure no one's objecting. All right, here we go then. Card 19. There's the archway. So we were right. That is the right card. We did find the code to the basement. That's excellent. Now it says, are you sure you want to turn the dials and go in? Because even if you found it, you don't have to go in now. You just lose 1 time crystal. It's no big deal. Are we sure? All right, we're going in. Everyone wanted to go down there. Here we go. Well, what do we do now? We just take this item, reveal it, and read it. Oh, we were supposed to reveal it and read it. All right, we'll have to decide yet. We just reveal it. Return the padlock dials to the digits 1, 8, 4, and 6. The door opens. Flip all location D cards to reveal the panorama, then explore this location according to the usual rules. Gulp. Here we go. We're down in the basement. Whoa, look, Egyptian pyramid. Oh, pentagram. Book. Chemical stuff. skull. Oh, that's what we saw looking in. Remember? It is someone kneeling down at an altar with this creature. All right, what should we do? We've got the book, the workbench, the silhouette, and the altar. I guess this is the altar here. Do we need to remind ourselves what he was coming up with here? The wife. All right, let's see here. The wife and children fall from balcony. They died. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. New arrival of exotic plants. Combine them with Mama Watex's mixture. You'll have to move the bag of copper powder from the greenhouse. All right, we don't know. We don't have any mixture or copper powder. I did it. I finally managed to stabilize the formula I developed. My body will no longer something for the time being. The livor mortis was the key. My goal is to reinvigorate my organs. This says something birthed my work while is devoted to cheating the elixir. Life force seems to be key ingredients. Sadly, it seems young subjects can give the most long-term source, pure and long-term source. The book alludes to powerful beings and their life stones. What are they? I could avoid using innocent. Finally, I have it. I finally got hold of the life stone mentioned in the Liber Mortis. That's what, and we have that now. The creature who had it gave me a hard time. Unfortunately, I couldn't kill it, but I managed to imprison it. I expect it will show up sooner or later. Something, my research. I will be able to forget something, fear of, and then aging. The war with the English is endless. All this noise disturbs my experiments. I'm not far from the goal. I found the ingredient that will change. We didn't get the rose. I feel like we don't have the ingredients we need, but dilute 15 milligrams phenobarbital. I'm afraid we're missing some key pages, but it's too late. Well, I guess it's not too late. We could leave here and go to a different location. That's if we get scared. Uh, this is probably Ebenezer, right? Conducting his experiments. This seems like the scariest thing to do. I'm not sure we know what to do here, but maybe reading the book will help us understand. "43 might match the thing with eternal." Let's see what you're saying. You're saying that this could be the end of the word eternal. Where's our card that says eternal here? Oh yeah, good catch. I think that's right. Very good catch. At last, I am now free to continue my research in this land of liberty. I may one day be able to forget this eternal fear of the passing years. Aging is no longer. Okay. Unfortunately, it doesn't really help us. Doesn't seem to help us solve anything. But I do think you're right, which makes me... Oh, is this? Okay, and then this one's this. Oh, now this might help us. Phenobarbital, dilute 13 milligrams from right day's man. What does that say? Because this could be key. Phenobarbital. This feels like actually this could be our key. But I do feel like we're missing this letter. But what does this say? Because this feels like it could be phenobarbital, dilute 15 milligrams right days morning, or he's got a prescription. Doesn't sound like it's actually the magical anything. It's just a prescription from doctor. Is this? Oh, look at that. Actually, this continues here. All right. So now that I look at these, we are just missing... Look, there's actually some headlines behind this too. Wonder if we could use that to... Does look like we're missing something though. But what does this one say? Oh, sorry. So look, here we do have these combined this way. We don't know how to put this one though. I feel like we're missing... I feel like we're missing something. But this letter does continue. Let's see what this one said. After that of Suzanne, Charles's birth is a new disruption in my work. While my mind is entirely devoted to cheating the elixir, life force seems to be the key ingredient. Sadly, works best on the young subjects. I could avoid using innocent. Okay. So we were able to connect most of these. However, we seem to be missing maybe one piece. I wonder if we're missing a piece right there. Actually, almost looks like this dust is here, but no, it must be here. Is this key? That's the question. September 7, 1857. Actually, seems like one of the more recent ones. Well, last page could be in the basement. That's a good point. Surely we have enough of it, right? What's the odds that we're missing the one key piece of the letter? All right, let's go back to our game then. Assuming we have enough. Assuming we have enough. Where would we go? I guess we should read the book. I mean, I really don't know what to do down here. I'm scared to touch anything. It seems we should try the... Let's try the book. So we've been down here for like a half hour of game time. Let's put these away. Let's have Anton read this book as his recon, and let's have Amy check out the altar. All right, here we go. Oh, wait. I see. If you want to read the book, take item 32. But this is weird. Okay, so these aren't explorations. They don't seem to cost anything. So I guess we just do this. Is it dangerous reading this book? Well, it's too late. We're reading the book. An open grimoire. All right, so it's like we're collecting these pentagram items. Maybe they're going to be tested. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like compare pentagrams to the fear on the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We still have more on the board than we have symbols. All right, well, we did that. Let's examine the altar now. Amy's going to examine the altar, 37. Hey, look what we found. Look at that. We got it. Well, that was good thinking by the group to not go on a wild goose chase when it was right here in front of us. All right, the key piece of letter we've been waiting for. What does it say? I am devastated. I found Camilla's letter. The good one, the one I should have read. The walls of this house will become my jail. I have no tears left for crying. The woman I loved so much, my dear Camilla, my children, you have been subjected to the And then here was a letter from a long time ago. Thomas Jefferson has just been elected president. A new country begins. Also, I have found a new book that will feed my research, The Liber Mortis. I'm already fascinated, even though I will only start reading it tonight. All right, so he's found a letter, Camilla's letter, the good one, the one I should have read. Then there's some weird things where some words are capitalized. I wonder if we look at all the capitalized words, can we get something like of, have, found? Then we got eternal. Should we try to assemble this and see what those capitalized words come out to? Because it feels like they might be significant. Pretty exciting that we got collected this whole thing. So maybe if we, in chronological order, look at the capital words, since there seem to be some in most of these letters. You think that could be something? Looks like TJ Moneycut was thinking the same thing I am. All right, let's see what we've got here. Let's go through it. We'll just go through it in, first of all, just in order on the numbers. So card 1, which is May 16, 1795, as just a capital YOU. Okay. Then we've got card 37, which is March 9, 1801. March 9, 1801. Has the word found. And then this letter down here, September 7th, 1857. Has the word of and have. Right? Or maybe the word I too. I of have. Okay. Next up, we have November 15, 1815. Formula 4. That's promising. Formula 4. And then below it, We have 1851, no month. The elixir. This looks promising. This looks like it's going to be a formula. This is exciting. Okay. Now moving down here. Any capitalized on this one? Yes. April 1958. April 1958 has the keyword, capital word life, L-I-F-E. Then we've got March 7, 1798. March 7, 1798 is eternal. Okay. And then January 6th, 1815 is no caps. Okay, nothing there. And there is a cap there. It says doctor. I don't know if this is going to count. November 5, 1913 says doctor, a question mark, and then that's it. Okay, so those are all our letters. Now let's order them chronologically. 1795 is the first one. Then we've got 1798 is the second one. Maybe I'll do the numbers here. 1, 2. Then we've got 1801 would be 3. And then we've got January 1815, which was blank. November 1815. Then it looks like 1857. Nineteen 12, 1958, and I missed 1851, 1801, 1815, 1815, 1851. 6 goes to 7, 7 goes to 8, 8 goes to 9. Okay, so what I have is you eternal found blank formula for the elixir of have blank life. Okay, that didn't work. What went wrong? What has gone wrong? All is on the one below doctor. Okay, all is on the one below the doctor's note. January 6th. You think that's capital all? And then the November is Doctor. That's a 7, not a 2. You eternal bound. That doesn't work. What's happening? You have found the formula of the elixir for eternal life. But why did it not? Okay, slow down. The chat is, can we make a sentence? Okay, so do you think it's not to be arranged chronologically, or am I not arranging it chronologically? Marco says, I arranged it by logic of the words, not chronologically. Well, there's certainly no guarantee that it should be done chronologically, but it is a little weird that there wouldn't be a system for arranging it. The other thing is that it doesn't specify a formula. It's just a message for theme, which we sort of already figured out that's what he was trying to do. Is it not more likely that he's saying, I have found the formula for the elixir of eternal life? But we don't think the I is part of it. You have found the elixir for the formula. You have found the formula for the elixir of eternal life. That does make sense, but it's weird because I would have thought it would be giving us a formula. But I guess we're not actually trying to recreate that formula, so maybe we don't need it. All right, well, regardless, we've looked at the book, we've looked at the altar. There's only 2 more places to go. I guess we're going to look at the workbench, item 15. This will be Amy doing this. Should she be spending tokens for these? It's not clear whether we should be spending gems for these. But I'm going to look at this card. We'll deal with that later. A temporal vial. You can remove this vial at any time, including during a test, to gain 4 Azerite tokens from the vortex, divided among the agents as you see fit. Okay, well, that's pretty nice. Is there any clarification about spending Azerite on this? No. I mean, you might assume that we should be spending tokens on these, but the rules are very weird. It just told us to flip them all up. I don't know if we should be spending tokens on these, gems on these. Someone says, what about card 19, the one said that said to bring them out? Flip location D to reveal the pattern, then explore this location according to the usual rules. Okay, so we're exploring it, I guess, according to normal rules. So, but without reconning, maybe without reconning. So 2 free explorers, and then we have to pay for these like that. We don't get our free recons, maybe. Okay, so let's spend our tokens this way. All right, so we have 3 over here. Anton has 3, Amy has 2, and we've explored all of these. Sorry, we haven't done this one yet. All right, so I think we're going to do this thing last right now, having done everything else. This is pretty scary. We're going to take 2 fear. What do we have to get rid of fear? Anything? Yes. All right, well, we might as well use this. Remove this card. So we're going to get rid of 2 fear from Amy. We're going to use her card up to do so. And now we're going to have her talk to this person. So she's going to take 2 fear, which she can absorb. And now we're going to deal with this silhouette. Look how there's this modern weird thing here, like time travel tube. All right, are you ready? Item 13. This could be Damien. Remember, subject 13. All right. Well, we got to take a break first, and maybe we should even break for the night. Let's take our 8-minute break. We've been playing for an hour and a half. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll decide what to do, whether we should break for the evening. There still are 2 more locations, so I don't think we're quite ready for the finale. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We'll figure it out. We're back. We're at a scary moment here. We're going to talk to this person under a veil. I'm starting to get the vibe that maybe the wife who's been summoning us this whole time and seeming like our friend may really be not our friend. There is a weird comment that this guy made about how he just discovered the good letter from his wife. And I'm starting to wonder if, like, the wife was possessing it, has been possessed or something. So we're about to interact with this person and read card 13, but let me point out why this can't be exactly the finale, I don't think. There are two more locations in this deck for us still to explore. So I believe that there are two more extra locations, and if the way we've been playing carries on, I think that suggests another hour or two for us. So why don't we reveal this card, and then we've been playing for 5.5 hours. We could push it and finish it tonight, or we could try to finish it tomorrow. I'm not sure, but let's see. Let's reveal this act, the finale of this act here. There's a scary looking devil creature. Now we're going to see if this is going to be the wife is evil or this creature who's been locked away. We don't know, but I think she's trying to unlock this creature. Here we go. Or should we stop here? What does the group think? You want to stop here and continue tomorrow? This is a good cliffhanger to end on. We did take the 2 fear. We absolutely did. What we did was we used up Amy's All Is Well to take 2 fear off her card. And then we took the 2 fear and added it to her. DJ Moneycut says, I'm ready for a break. Let's take a break. Let's take a break. John says, I'm inclined to resolve the card just in case there's a fair amount of board management that could be done between rounds. All right. Let's reveal this card so that we see what happens and what we're in for. And maybe the game ends right now. Probably not. All right, here we go. Everyone be quiet. Everyone settle down. All the kids settle down. All right, here we go. The silhouette speaks in a dreary voice. My name is Enigmas, and I am an Eloise, an enemy of your agency. But before you eliminate me, you must listen. For centuries, Ebenezer Cavendish has been trying to attain eternal life. He tricked me and stole my stone to achieve his goal. Yet he is not the real enemy. This mansion grew a consciousness of its own while he was conducting his experiments. It fed on the fears and sufferings of Ebenezer's victims. Together we can destroy this place, but We have to team up. I will rebuild the staircase and breathe new life into you as a token of good faith. Search Ebenezer's room upstairs. He has a scroll that will set me free. Please, hurry. Connect tile R to tile A. So this is tile R, and it goes in there. And then we've got space for one more tile, which is going to be the last tile we have left. And then 10 from the box goes back into the vortex. That doesn't really help us that much. That's all the remaining goes back in the vortex. Okay, but not to us. And now we're done with this downstairs. So that was the captured creature. And that's it. So we now have a new place we can go back in the mansion. And that guy said that upstairs, what did he say? Oh, it's right here. He says, the house has developed a consciousness. It fed on the suffering. We can destroy it. I'll rebuild the staircase. Apparently the staircase got destroyed. Search Ebenezer's room upstairs. He has a scroll that will set me free. So we never found the scroll? I guess we never found the scroll, but R, and then there's going to be one more room after R. I guess it's not talking about the office. So I think the game is going to be over fairly soon, but maybe another hour or two even. It's tempting to keep playing. But we should stop, right? So that we can finish it while we're fresh rather than push on. When in doubt, wait it out. When in doubt, take a break. That's what my mother says for driving. When in doubt, wait it out. Wait, you don't have to rush. All right, we're going to take a break here for the night. We'll continue tomorrow evening. If people want to continue tomorrow during the day, I could do that too. But otherwise, we'll continue tomorrow evening at 10 p.m. normal time. I guess that's the most sensible thing to do. Probably it'll be a short evening, but that'll give us time to talk about it, to take our time, to appreciate the story. What's the rush? What are we trying to prove? I'll see you tomorrow, 10 p.m., normal time. I'm enjoying the case very much. I like this atmosphere. Scratches a little bit more of an itch of spooky Halloween than the previous one did. I'll see most of you, hopefully, tomorrow evening for the finale of Cavendish 1958, Time Stories Revolution. See you then.